The Death Arena was the biggest feature of Sand City. Many great characters from all corners of the demon land would raise fighters or captured slaves and arrange them to fight life or death battles in the Death Arena. There were no rules or restrictions. As long as they were a member of the demon race, they were eligible to enter and participate. Regarding the naturally cruel and bloodthirsty demon race, this was undoubtedly very attractive. They could enjoy these blood-stained battles while also gambling and earning crystal stones. So the Death Arenas was always quite popular. And for this reason, Sand City was able to gather a great amount of wealth and supplies all year round. Among the 4 demon generals, Xueli was undoubtedly the wealthiest. Umo gave a simple explanation about the Death Arena to Yang Kai and then left. With nothing to do overnight, Yang Kai simply adjusted himself to his peak condition. The next day, at noon, Umo came again and led Yang Kai out. Leaving the giant palace, Umo flew towards a certain position in Sand City where a huge ring-shaped arena had been set up. The venue's setup was not poor, and at its center was a giant stage surrounded by a variety of sturdy barriers. Around this stage were a massive number of seats. Currently, these seats were filled with demon race spectators who were watching a battle between 2 cultivators on the center stage. The strength of these 2 cultivators wasn't very high, but the fight was quite fierce, both of them covered in bloody scars, each of them glaring hatefully towards the other. The 2 repeatedly used their artifacts and martial skills to hack, pierce, and slash at their opponent, dyeing the surroundings dark red. When the battle finally came to an end, the crowds in the stands cheered raucously. Yang Kai watched the whole situation calmly with an expression of indifference. Umo turned to him and sneered. When your turn comes, you'll fight an opponent with a similar cultivation, but unlike you, he'll be able to use his full strength. Right now you can probably only use half your strength, so you best be careful. Although I don't care whether you live or die, Mistress hopes you can bring her some wealth, so you best not disappoint her. I know. Yang Kai nodded lightly. When the 2 of them arrived here from the highest point in the stands, a cold look shot towards them. Yang Kai looked back and saw Xueli sitting there, with Enlinger standing by her side. When their 4 eyes met, Enlinger couldn't help wanting to call out to Yang Kai, but Xueli immediately gave her a stern look. Receiving this silent warning, Enlinger didn't dare to say anything, and Yang Kai also shook his head, indicating to her that she shouldn't act rashly. Having arrived at the Death Arena, Umo led Yang Kai to a poorly lit underground tunnel and walked inside. After arriving at the end of the tunnel, a faint light shone from up ahead, and a ramp leading to the interior of the Death Arena appeared. A group of Xueli's subordinates were waiting here, and when Umo arrived, they all respectfully greeted him. Sir Umo, is this the little human brat that's fighting this time? Asked a man with a sallow complexion. Good. The announcements have been made and the odds are set. Umo nodded lightly. The yellow-faced man snickered as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai, snickering under his breath. Boy, best stay alert. Your opponent isn't one to be taken lightly. He's won 3 times already. Most cultivators in the same realm as him can't even last as long as it would take an incense stick to burn. Well, try not to die too pitifully out there. We'll talk about it again if he's able to last an incense stick worth of time. Yang Kai replied indifferently, not showing the slightest bit of panic. Ho! The yellow-faced man was surprised for a moment before he sneered again. Where did this little brat come from, acting so arrogant? Ha! Grandpa here would like to see just how you plan to kill your opponent within an incense worth of time. Umo also glanced over at Yang Kai and coldly snorted, obviously feeling like Yang Kai was boasting shamelessly. Although he had personally tested Yang Kai's strength and knew this human boy wasn't ordinary, now that the latter could only use half his full strength, even being able to survive would be questionable. As for such big talk, Umo thought Yang Kai was simply overreaching himself. Yang Kai no longer said anything and just waited quietly. Inside the Death Arena, the battle between the 2 cultivators had already reached a conclusion. One person had been dismembered, the other had been crippled. Some people immediately came out and cleaned up the stage. The winner was now a disabled waste, so after quickly consulting with the Death Stage's administrators, the cleanup crew, obviously used to dealing with such situations, directly killed him before disposing of his corpse. As blood stained the ground once more, cheers erupted from the stands again. After waiting for the cleanup to finish, Umo turned to Xianxia and nodded. "It's your turn. Remember what Mistress said yesterday." Xianxia's expression remained indifferent, simply accepting the mask Umo had prepared for him, covering his face, and stepping forward. From the ramp on the opposite side of the stage, another man slowly walked out as well. This man was bare-chested and had huge, rippling muscles, his entire physique seemingly containing a kind of explosive power. In comparison, Xianxia, who was a head shorter, appeared somewhat scrawny. As this competitor approached, a murderous intent rose from him like a fierce storm, seemingly wanting to tear Xianxia limb from limb with just his aura alone. However, Xianxia remained unmoved, like a 10,000-year-old reef. When the murderous intent struck him, it was as if it took the initiative to separate and flow past him. High up in the stands, many people showed an interested look, thinking this life or death battle should be very exciting. Unlinger, who was standing next to Shueli, also silently gripped her fists and watched nervously. A moment later, the fighters came to a stop less than 10 meters apart and stared down one another. The burly man opposite Xianxia also seemed to be a human who had the misfortune of being captured by the demon race. According to Umo, most of the cultivators that entered the death arena were prisoners like Xianxia. In order to save their own lives, they chose to fight here. Others had taken the initiative to hire themselves to wealthy demon race masters specifically to participate in the death arena, using it as an opportunity to gain benefits and status. Still others were specially trained by certain powerhouses for the explicit purpose of fighting here. No matter what reason they had for entering the death arena though, there was ultimately only one objective: killing the enemy. "Boy," cowering behind a mask, "are you too ashamed to show others your true face? Ha! If you kneel down to give I, your grandpa, 3 kowtows, I'll give you a painless death," the brawny man shouted, his voice like booming thunder, causing Xianxia's ears to ring. The burly man's outburst wasn't just meant to intimidate Xianxia though. It also contained a subtle divine sense attack. If Xianxia's knowledge C defenses were lax and this divine sense attack managed to affect his soul, he would instantly lose all will to fight and would end up being suppressed by his opponent, unable to even resist. However, such a low-level trick obviously wouldn't work against Xianxia, his aura not even rippling as he simply stared back at the burly man indifferently, slowly examining his body while circulating his true chi. Thanks to Umo, Xianxia's current true chi circulating speed was greatly reduced, and his own reaction speed had become much slower. Without lifting the seals placed on him, it would be impossible for Xianxia to bring out his peak strength. But Xianxia still felt it wouldn't be too difficult to handle this loud man. "Boy, are you deaf?" the brawny man cried out once more. Just as he shouted though, the burly man saw Xianxia's figure flicker and a pointed murderous intent rapidly approach him from the side. The big man's eyes flashed a cold light as his mouth curled into a provocative grin but didn't make any attempt to dodge. Honk! A dull thud resounded as Xianxia's punch hit his opponent's ribs, but the burly man actually remained in place, his body as hard as an iron plate. In fact, it was Xianxia who felt pain from the rebound of his fist hitting the other side. The strength of this burly man was quite good. Xianxia immediately realized why his opponent was able to win 3 games in the death arena. The combat experience and ability of this brawny man was obviously far beyond what an ordinary cultivator possessed. If it weren't, he would have died long ago in this forsaken place. His initial strike having no effect, there wasn't even time for Xianxia to withdraw before the big man smirked and responded. At some unknown point, the burly man had lifted his hand up high, condensed his entire body's true chi into it, and swung it down mercilessly. As his hand chopped down, the mass of true chi burst out, transforming this knife hand into the equivalent of a great hammer strike. This attack has not even arrived yet. The entire death arena's stage sunk from the pressure, showing just how horrifying the power of the strike was. Xianxia's eyes flashed and he responded somewhat clumsily, unable to withdraw his fist in time. The next moment, the burly man's knife hand chopped directly onto Xianxia's arm. With a crisp sound, Xianxia's arm broke and limply fell to his side. It was only then that Xianxia managed to retreat and open up some distance between him and his opponent. From the stands, hisses of shock could be heard. These demon race masters who were spectating the mask wearing Xianxia's match had noted his calm appearance at the start and thought he possessed some kind of special skill. But now seeing his arm broken so easily, they were obviously disappointed. Ah! And Linger screamed as a look of worry flashed across her pretty face. Xueli's gaze sharpened as she stared at Xianxia down below, grinning slightly. Atop the Death Arena stage, Xianxia, who had his arm broken just now, had only just regained his footing when the burly man rushed in front of him, two black arcs of lightning swirling around his arms, giving him a fierce appearance. From his sturdy body, a bloody and brutal aura burst forth as a cold light concentrated in the palm of his hands. Immediately, on the burly man's palms, two black lightning-like balls of energy, the size of washbasins, appeared, emitting a thick, murderous aura. Both his palms struck towards Xianxia. Surges of lighting erupted. The burly man clearly wanted to kill Xianxia with this one strike. Xianxia didn't have any ability to resist, and under the pressure of the black lightning, which came at him from both left and right, he couldn't even dodge. In the blink of an eye, his whole body had been struck by countless palms, turning into a scared and bloody mess, making him look quite miserable. The boos from the stands grew even louder. What the crowd wanted to see was a bloody battle, not a one-sided slaughter. The performance of Xianxia really made one want to curse, and the unlucky demon race masters who had placed bets on him made no attempt to hide their dissatisfaction. Even Xueli's brow wrinkled slightly, her expression growing colder by the moment. She suddenly thought that Xianxia's earlier performance was nothing but a freak accident and that his real ability wasn't that good. If that wasn't the case, how could he be so pathetic in front of a cultivator in the same realm? If he continued to take this assault like this, he wouldn't survive long. Another waste. Xueli's coldly snorted to herself, gradually losing all interest in Xianxia. Fresh blood stained the ground and Xianxia looked more and more distressed. On the other hand, his opponent only became fiercer, trying to capitalize on his current advantage. The burly man struck mercilessly, sending Xianxia flying up into the sky with a punch to his jaw, then knocking him into the ground as soon as he fell back down. Dust flew everywhere and no one was able to see what was happening on the battlefield. On top of that, because of the multi-layered barriers around the Death Arena's stage, even the Saint Realm masters in the audience couldn't gain anything more than a vague impression with their divine senses. All anyone could tell was that the fight had come to an end. How boring! Many people thought to themselves. However, before they could start grumbling out loud, a burst of murderous intent filled the air and a gust of wind burst forth, expelling all the dust from the stage. After everyone saw the situation in front of them, they couldn't help calling out in shock. Xianxia, who should have fallen to the ground and been beaten to death at that moment, had used his unbroken arm to grab hold of his opponent and pin him to the stage. That hand was firmly gripped the back of the burly man's neck, like a great vice, and no matter how the latter struggled, he couldn't break free. No one saw what happened just now. All they knew was when the dust scattered, this scene had appeared before them. It was truly surprising. They had seen before earth-shattering counterattacks launched at the last moment in order to win a battle, but never once had a situation as strange or confusing as this one occurred. As silence filled the arena, the mask worn by Xianxia's face seemed to give off a cold glint. Wind and thunder chi surged up in Xianxia's palm and then poured into the burly man, forming a killing storm inside his body. In the next instant, the big man's strong body directly burst into a bloody fog, not even leaving behind any bones. High up in the stands, Xueli's beautiful eyes lit up as a hint of surprise flashed across them. She hadn't thought Xianxia would put on such a strange and wonderful performance, her thin red lips curling into a grin. How great is his real strength? Xueli suddenly whispered to Enlinger. I won't tell you. Enlinger shook her head repeatedly. You won't tell me? Xueli didn't get angry, and instead showed a thoughtful expression while flashing a playful smile. Then I'll just have to figure it out myself. Turning her eyes back to the death arena below, Xueli watched the scarred and broken-armed Xianxia walk step by step towards the exit, thinking to herself that this human brat she had randomly picked up was indeed out of the ordinary. In the stands, after a long silence, an eruption of noise burst out, most people complaining loudly about this nonsensical result, discussing what exactly had just happened. When Yang Kai returned to the dark ramp, Yumo's eyes flashed a cold light as he stared fixedly at him. As for the yellow-faced man, he just dumbly stood in place, his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. After less than the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, this arrogant little human boy had really killed his opponent. Did the match look difficult enough for you? Yang Kai took off the mask and shot a glance towards Yumo's mouth twitched once before he nodded lightly. Not only did the match appear difficult, it was quite realistic, without the slightest flaw. Even Yumo thought that Yang Kai was dead, only to be surprised at the last moment. This boy's courage really isn't normal. Wasn't he even slightly worried about taking so many attacks head-on? Yang Kai tightened his muscles and with a crisp sound his broken arm snapped back into place. Next time, arrange a second-order transcendent opponent for me, that way I can earn more profits. The sooner I accumulate enough wealth, the sooner I can go free. Yang Kai grinned. Yumo couldn't help feeling a bit annoyed suddenly. Returning Yang Kai to the palace, Yumo then left to allow the former to recuperate. After this time's victory, Yang Kai's treatment also improved greatly. Many good dishes to help him recover his stamina and strength were served to him, and Enlinger even received permission from Xueli to visit him once. The two of them talked for quite some time before Enlinger left. After a 3-day interlude, Yang Kai's second bout was scheduled. Perhaps because of his bizarre performance last time, when the masked Yang Kai appeared again, he attracted a lot of attention. This time, his opponent was a genuine second-order transcendent. After a hard fight, Yang Kai barely managed to escape death and obtain a comeback victory, causing all the demon race spectators cry out in surprise, none of them able to believe what they had just seen. Defeating someone in a higher realm was a feat not many could achieve, especially after one reached the transcendent realm where each minor realm represented a massive increase in combat power. Normally, a second-order transcendent cultivator would easily be able to put a first-order transcendent to death, but this common sense was actually flipped on its head by Yang Kai. Just like last time, Yang Kai's true chi had been restricted by Yumo's sealing technique, so he wasn't able to display his full strength. So unlike the act he had put on before, this time Yang Kai really was fighting desperately. In a life-or-death struggle, Yang Kai was able to grasp many things he had been unable to before, causing him to somewhat rejoice. He felt fighting such a desperate battle was of great benefit to his growth. As such, Yang Kai didn't actually feel much resentment about having to participate in these fights and was instead almost looking forward to it. This was a rare opportunity for him to temper himself. The growth of a cultivator couldn't be separated from reality. Fighting real-life or death battles would often bring one more benefits than simply remaining in secluded retreat. Of course, this was premised on being able to survive such fights. After thoroughly understanding this, Yang Kai began urging Yumo to arrange stronger opponents for him. Yumo was dumbfounded and often stared at Yang Kai as if he was staring at someone screwed loose in the head. He had never seen a captured prisoner like Yang Kai actually requesting to fight more often in the death arena. Xueli, on the other hand, was quite open-minded, arranging fights for Yang Kai whenever he requested them. The strength of Yang Kai's opponents also continuously increased, causing him to suffer more and more hardships with each passing bout. But each time it looked like it was all over for him, Yang Kai would somehow pull off a miracle and win. Over the next 3 months, Yang Kai fought a total of 14 times on the death arena stage. All 14 of his opponents were second-order transcendents. Some were from the human race and monster race, while there were still others belonging to the demon race, each of them competing in this blood sport for one reason or another, but all of them eventually finding defeat at Yang Kai's hands. Through these life-or-death battles, Yang Kai reaped a huge harvest, not only gaining a greater understanding of his own strength, but also all the accumulated insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao of his defeated opponents after he devoured the remnants of their souls. The rate at which his strength grew could only be described as astonishing. After 3 months of repeated fights, Yang Kai had also inadvertently become something a celebrity. There was basically no one who lived in Sand City that didn't know of him. Xueli's masked human subordinate who, despite only having a first-order transcendent cultivation, had killed more than a dozen second-order transcendents. In the death arena, the odds of Yang Kai winning changed over and over again, but this still couldn't stop others from betting on him with great enthusiasm. Xueli, as the arena's banker, naturally wouldn't lose money in this kind of gambling, but seeing Yang Kai's horrifying rate of growth caused her some suspicion. She, compared to anyone else, understood what was happening, how Yang Kai was achieving his rapid increase in strength by constantly defying death in combat. One day, a messenger arrived at Xueli's palace and requested an audience. After meeting with Xueli for some time, the messenger finally departed with a satisfied look upon his face. An hour later, Yang Kai was summoned. Inside a side hall, Xueli was lying upon a great bed, her perfectly shaped bottom facing upwards as her proud peaks were squeezed beneath her body, her chin resting gently upon her hands, a most stimulated posture. And Linger was half-kneeling beside her while massaging Xueli's shoulders. There was a delicate, mature fragrance lingering about the hall that tickled one's nose. Umo brought Yang Kai into the hall, bowed, and then moved to the wall, not daring to lay eyes upon Xueli. On the other hand, Yang Kai stood at the edge of the bed and swept his eyes over Xueli's wondrous body. This demon general was as vicious as a snake, but it was undeniable that she was a great beauty filled with mature charm, unlike in Linger who still retained a kind of youthful innocence. Such a woman had a fatal enticement to any man. However, a character like Xueli probably would not be tempted by any man. The only thing that could move her was strength, overwhelming and all-conquering strength. After waiting for quite some time, Xueli suddenly said, "Go Qiong sent me a messenger a moment ago." Yang Kai's brow wrinkled. "Is it related to me?" "Yes. Go Qiong seems to want to kill you." "Then how did you reply?" Yang Kai looked at her coldly as he mockingly asked, "Don't tell me you agreed to sell me?" This king indeed thought about it, but I still refused him. "Why is that?" "Because he is Go Qiong." Xueli sneered. "If he wants something, obviously I won't happily comply. However, his messenger made an interesting proposal which I did agree to." Yang Kai didn't ask anything and just waited for her to explain. "Tomorrow, on the Death Arena stage, you'll fight someone sent by Go Qiong. If you win, you'll be able to earn enough ransom money to free yourself. If you lose, you'll have nothing, including your life," Xueli said lightly. Yang Kai raised his brow and snickered. "The fighter sent by Go Qiong shouldn't be weak, right?" Xueli glanced at him teasingly and nodded. "A third-order transcendent." Hearing this, even Umo, who had been keeping his head down to the side, also showed some response. "Seems you two are collaborating to put me to death." Yang Kai grinned wryly, not showing the slightest sign of panic. "He indeed wants you dead, but I want to know where your limit is." Xueli's pretty face became slightly cold. "Don't think this queen doesn't know you're still concealing your true strength. It seems you still have a lot of cards you've yet to play." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, not acknowledging or denying her speculation. "Therefore, I am very much looking forward to your performance tomorrow. Don't disappoint me. You'll just have to wait and see." Xueli sneered lightly, calling out to Umo next, "Remove all the seals on him. I want to see if he can survive against Go Qiong's pawn." Umo nodded lightly, quickly revolving his true chi and lifting the seals that had been dampening Yang Kai's strength. "I have a question. If I win tomorrow's match, you said I'd have collected my own ransom. What about Linger?" Xueli looked at him and grinned. "Of course you'll only have collected enough for yourself, but I can give you a chance. If you win tomorrow, I'll let both of you go." "You've said so yourself." Yang Kai laughed. "A demon general's words should be credible, yes? I hope you won't go back on them." Xueli closed her eyes and made no response. The surrounding earth was dyed completely red from the countless lives which were reaped here, traces of battles wherever one looked. This was the Death Arena. A number of demon race powerhouses who had access to inside information were already waiting in the stands early today. After watching a few fierce battles, a masked human slowly came out of the underground ramp. In an instant, the arena was filled with cheers. Over the past few months, Yang Kai had shown many thrilling and suspenseful battles to these demons, making him famous throughout Sand City. Today, the battle between Yang Kai and another master was the ultimate finale. Because there were rumors that his opponent this time was different from the past, it was actually a third-order transcendent master. Since the opening of the Death Arena, there had never been a match between two opponents with such a great disparity in cultivation realms. With two minor realms separating the fighters, in the eyes of those who were uninformed, the result was a foregone conclusion. But for those who had seen Yang Kai's dozen-plus battles, there were still some who had hopes he would create a miracle one again. Hatred between different races played no role here, because Yang Kai's performance was just that astounding, providing the very height of entertainment to the Death Arena's loyal customers. Is this the little human brat who has won more than a dozen matches in the Death Arena? The one who barely survives each time? In the stands, a Saint Realm master with sharp eagle-like eyes turned to the man beside him and asked, "Yes, Senior Feng Biao. His performance is really outstanding. Even the elite juniors from our demon race are far inferior to him." The person next to him replied immediately, "Humph, after today, he'll be nothing but another corpse." Feng Biao coldly snorted, looking as if he was quite reluctant to allow Yang Kai to continue breathing. What Senior says is absolutely right. After all, his opponent is different from the previous one. The man nodded repeatedly, suddenly lowering his voice as if he had some concerns. But Senior, he is the champion trained by Senior Shueli. If we really kill him and Senior Shueli decides to blame us, she won't. Feng Biao shook his head decisively. This fight was set up at Sir Go Qiong's request. I negotiated with Shueli personally yesterday, and reached an agreement that no matter what happens today, she will not hold us responsible. The man heard this and suddenly showed a somewhat confused expression, wondering why General Go Qiong was so concerned about this human. Only a small number of people knew that the son of Go Qiong was saved by Yang Kai. Feng Biao had been sent here this time specifically to deal with this issue once and for all, but he had been ordered to keep his mouth shut about the details, so even the subordinates he had brought didn't know the whole story. Although Shueli was no friend of Go Qiong's, she also wouldn't do something as petty as spreading such a story around to shame the latter. She was only interested in confronting Go Qiong head-on. "Senior, that UMO is coming," the man whispered suddenly. Feng Biao's eyes narrowed as he glanced up to see UMO flying towards him from a distance, the latter landing next to him a moment later and sitting down casually. Both of these two were first-order saints and served demon generals who were at odds with each other, so naturally there was no goodwill between them. As their four eyes met, it was as if invisible sparks filled the space between them. "UMO, it's been so long since I last saw you," Feng Biao greeted with a cold look upon his face. UMO smiled back lightly and replied, "Feng Biao, even after not seeing you for so long, I still can't get used to your face. Every time I see your dumb look, it makes me want to kill you." "Same to you," Feng Biao sneered back, his true chi slowly beginning to condense, his hostility-filled eyes glaring towards UMO. UMO curled his lips at that moment and continued, "This time I haven't come here to pick a fight with you. I just want to ask you something." "What?" "Looking at you, it seems that you're quite confident about today's battle." "Humph, saying something so obvious. My Sand City's Death Arena promotes gambling. If you're so confident, why not make a bet with me? When the battle is over, you may be able to pick up some extra benefits that way. Do you think you need to remind me of that?" Feng Biao said with obvious displeasure. "I've already bet 200,000 crystal stones." UMO wore an expression of surprise and said, "Worthy of Feng Biao, such boldness. It seems you want to take my Sand City for all it's worth. Can't you handle even that little?" Feng Biao smiled contemptuously. "If I can't afford it, I can withdraw right now, as long as you, UMO, in front of everyone, bow down and apologize to me." "You must be joking. Since Sand City has opened this business, naturally, no matter how big the bet, we can swallow it. In fact, I just wanted to ask you, since this is such a rare opportunity, why not wager some real money?" Saying so, UMO shot a provocative look towards Feng Biao. In response, Feng Biao narrowed his eyes and asked, "Real money? And how about wagering everything you own?" If I remember correctly, you have a number of good artifacts on you, right? Feng Biao frowned as he stared suspiciously at Umo, coldly saying, "Seeing you like this, it appears you have quite some confidence in that human boy. Think whatever you'd like. Maybe he'll win, maybe he won't, but whether you gamble or not is up your own courage." Feng Biao stared at him deeply. Although he knew that this guy, who was always as incompatible with him as fire was with water, was provoking him, he couldn't back down now and simply nodded, "Good. Then I'll bet all my artifacts as well." Saying so, he flicked his wrist and a glowing chainmail armor, a long halberd with a shocking aura, and a jet-black saber appeared in front of Umo. These 3 items were all saint-grade artifacts, each one of them a priceless treasure. These artifacts were the ones Feng Biao most valued and frequently used. If he were to lose them in this time's gambling, his combat effectiveness would drop significantly. After handing over these 3 saint-grade artifacts, Feng Biao even took down his universe bag from his waist and tossed it over to Umo, saying as he did so, "If we're going to do this, we might as well do it thoroughly, what do you say?" Umo's eyes brightened, didn't speak any nonsense, and simply smiled, turned around, and left. Feng Biao didn't make any attempt to stop him, nor did he ask any question. Although the two of them weren't on friendly terms, they would still abide by the verbal agreement they had reached. A moment later, Umo returned to Xueli. "Is everything arranged?" Xueli looked down at Xianxia, who was standing in the middle of the death arena, and asked softly. "Good." Feng Biao put out all his belongings. Umo nodded lightly, frowning in the next instant. "Mistress, are you really so confident about that little brat?" To be honest, although his previous performances were quite surprising, this time I honestly don't favor him. It's quite likely he'll die here. Him dying isn't a big deal, but with Feng Biao gambling so much money, when that boy dies, it will be a big loss to Sand City. "I don't know," Xueli said as she shook her head and some slight confusion flashed across her eyes. Umo was immediately dumbstruck. As one of the 4 demon generals, a master that had few equals throughout the world, Xueli naturally had extremely profound insight and vision, but this time it seemed like even she was uncertain about the situation. "I am also gambling here. Although from any reasonable perspective, that little brat is undoubtedly a dead man. But..." Saying so, Xueli turned to look at Enlinger, who had been standing there silently the whole time, and smiled slyly. From beginning to end, this little girl hasn't shown any signs of concern. Umo couldn't help turning to look at Enlinger and indeed found that this was the case. Even though this little human girl knew Xianxia would be facing a very strong enemy today, her expression remained calm. Xueli had obviously realized some information from Enlinger's behavior. I asked her several times what the true extent of that boy's strength was, but she always refused to answer me. But that only makes me even more curious. Xueli reached out and gently stroked Enlinger's face, scaring the latter terribly. "Tell me, has he ever fought with such an opponent before?" Xueli suddenly asked in a solemn tone. Enlinger's beautiful eyes became dull in that instant but quickly recovered their light as a look of struggle appeared on her face. The scene of her and Xianxia being chased down by Saintess Nan and facing off against the Sun Clan's masters in that mysterious small world flashing across her mind. Even so, Enlinger wore a pained expression as she somehow managed to shake her head. Xueli reluctantly sighed. "Her willpower is also quite remarkable. It seems she's cultivated a very powerful secret art. However, just from how she responded now, it's fairly obvious that boy down there had fought against such a master before and managed to survive. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so relaxed just now." Xueli nodded lightly. "If this time he still doesn't die, in the near future, he will definitely become the most dazzling person in the entire realm. At that time, he may even exceed the strength of the demon commander and become a supreme existence." Umo's body trembled lightly. "Does Mistress really evaluate him so highly?" "He has the potential," Xueli categorically said, a trace of cold killing intent flashing across her beautiful eyes. "It's a pity that such a person is not a member of our clan. If he was a member of the demon race, he would be worth cultivating." Umo had been following Xueli for many years, so he naturally knew what she was thinking right now and couldn't help feeling a bit distressed. Such astonishing aptitude only made this human boy a bigger threat. If such a genius was not killed early, it would inevitably have a significant negative impact on the entire demon race in the future. As such, today, this little brat's fate had already been decided, because even if he were to win this fight, Shueli planned to kill him. Looking down at the death arena stage where Yang Kai was silently waiting for his opponent to appear, Umo sincerely pitied him. After a long wait, Yang Kai's opponent finally appeared. This person looked like he was walking in a leisurely manner, but his speed was actually extremely fast, and in just the blink of an eye he was already standing in front of Yang Kai. Wearing plain black robes which could be found in any ordinary shop, this man had a majestic yet cold aura which was perfectly highlighted by his jet black shoulder-length hair and profound gaze. A surging malevolent intent pulsed from this man's body, and his demonic chi was incomparably pure. Obviously, he was a lot stronger than an ordinary third-order transcendent master. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as his heart sank somewhat. Even with just a glance, he could tell that his opponent was no easily pinched persimmon. This time he would have to go all out if he wanted to win. Although Yang Kai had his soul-devouring insects and was thus not afraid of any opponent under the Saint Realm, this situation was different. In front of so many demon race masters, he couldn't expose his soul-devouring insects, so he could only defeat his opponent head-on. Moreover, Yang Kai also wanted to test just how much he had grown during this period of time. As Yang Kai was observing his opponent was also observing him. His eyes focused intently, as if they were trying to see through all this masked youth's secrets. Although the man couldn't see Yang Kai's face, he could feel the murderous intent pulsing from the latter's body. This aura was extraordinarily rich, and not the slightest attempt to conceal it was being made. Even facing an opponent whose realm far exceeded his own, the eyes of this masked youth only showed a burning desire to fight. This was no ordinary opponent. This man only observed Yang Kai for a moment before coming to this conclusion, a hint of caution flashing across the depths of his eyes. With such a massive gap in cultivation yet still being so eager to battle meant only one of two things. Either this youth was absurdly arrogant or he had complete confidence in his ability. Someone who could win more than a dozen fights in the death arena could not possibly be the first. If that was the case, he would have died long ago. But did that mean this little human brat thought he could actually put up a fight against a third-order master with his puny first-order transcendent cultivation? The man suddenly felt that things had become interesting. When Yang Kai's opponent appeared, chatter erupted throughout the death arena's stands. Many demon race cultivators pointing towards Yang Kai were pointing towards Yang Kai's challenger with suspicion and excitement, many of them obviously recognizing the other's identity. Isn't that Sir Go Cheong's subordinate Di Xiao? It's him. When I visited Qingliao City before, I saw him once. It really is Di Xiao. Why would he appear in the death arena? It's said that he is Sir Go Cheong's strongest fighter below the Saint Realm, and that he is only one step away from breaking through and becoming a saint. This human boy versus Di Xiao, I'm afraid the outcome is set. Di Xiao's strength isn't comparable to an ordinary third-order transcendent. As Sir Go Cheong's vanguard, he has made many great achievements in battle, and is said to even be able to hold his ground against a Saint Realm master for a short time. And what a pity! After today, I'm afraid we'll never get to see this masked kid fight on the death arena stage again. A trivial human boy? Who cares if he dies? I hope Di Xiao kills him quickly. This little brat has acted arrogantly for long enough. Does he think no one in my demon race is his equal? Good. Although I enjoy watching him fight, he is, after all, a human. The whispering voices came from all over and reached Yang Kai's ears, causing him to wrinkle his brow slightly. He hadn't expected his opponent today to be so famous amongst the demon race. Go Cheong sending such a master to deal with him. It was obvious what kind of importance the former placed on this matter. Di Xiao suddenly grinned and said, "Friend, although we come from different races, I heard that you have defeated more than a dozen second-order transcendent opponents, each time narrowly escaping death. I admire you quite a bit. If possible, I'd like to become friends with you, but since I was ordered by Sir Go Cheong, this time I must take your life. When the time comes, please don't blame me." Yang Kai's brow moved slightly but didn't speak, choosing to remain silent as always. Then, let's get started. Di Xiao cupped his fists as he said these words and then, in an instant, vanished like a ghost. Yang Kai's expression changed dramatically. Quickly retreating from where he was standing, Yang Kai fell back a couple dozen meters, clenched his fist, condensed his true qi, and then struck the ground with an earth-shaking force. Honk! The entire Death Arena stage trembled violently, the rippling waves only stopping once they reached the rings surrounding barriers. A giant pit with a depth of several meters appeared in an instant. From the pit, a flash of cold light shot out, as if it was tearing space, ignoring all obstacles and distance and arriving in front of Yang Kai's chest in the next instant. Pooh! Like a blossoming red flower, blood splashed out as Yang Kai coughed, staggering back a few steps as he directed a dignified stare in front of himself. On his chest, there was a longan-sized wound which was leaking fresh blood even now, dyeing his robes a dull red. Exclamations came from all directions as many eyes among the spectators flashed with surprise, shocked by Di Xiao's tyrannical strength. Everything happened too quickly. Di Xiao had used some kind of profound movement skill, vanished from in front of everyone's eyes, snuck underground, then sent out a lightning-fast attack that could pierce through any kind of defense and wounded Yang Kai before the latter had time to react. Since his debut on the Death Arena stage, Yang Kai had fought more than a dozen times, and although each time he escaped from death he would become bruised and bloody, there was never a time as dangerous as just now. The match had only just begun yet he had already been injured by his opponent. On top of that, this injury was not light, his face going slightly pale as he panted for breath, only able to steady himself some time later. Di Xiao stood not far away, a smile upon his face, staring at Yang Kai as if he hadn't ever moved. However, if one looked closely, they would notice a trace of dissatisfaction between his brows. Di Xiao thought that even if his attack wasn't able to kill Yang Kai, the latter would at least be wounded to the point where he would lose all ability to fight back. He hadn't expected this human boy to actually only receive a light injury. This little brat was somewhat strange. His physique seemed to be quite tenacious and had invisibly resolved most of the power of my strike. Di Xiao evaluated, fierce. Di Xiao expressed sincere admiration. I never imagined someone like you existed among the human race. You're not too bad yourself. Let's try this again. Di Xiao snorted, not giving Yang Kai any time to recover, a number of tornadoes suddenly appearing around him. These tornadoes were massive and extended all the way up into the sky, throwing the entire Death Arena's stage into chaos. The loose gravel on the ground was swept up in this whirling wind, making the tornadoes even more dangerous. Next, an incredibly potent demonic chi burst from Di Xiao's body and dyed the tornadoes pitch black. At some unknown point, dark clouds appeared in the sky over the Death Arena, obscuring the sky and creating an especially dignified atmosphere. Countless incomparably sharp wind blades appeared at the edges of the tornadoes, whirling about at incredible speed, slicing through everything they touched with ease. Xiu xiu xiu. In an instant, the wind blade had completely wrapped up Yang Kai, leaving him no path to heaven, nor road to hell. Yang Kai let out a low roar and the earth beneath his feet abruptly collapsed. Next, at his fingertip, he condensed a drop of yang liquid and transformed it into the shield which he then placed atop his head. The wind blades struck in the next moment, bombarding Yang Kai from all directions, causing his true Yang Yuan Chi's shield to deform greatly. It was like Yang Kai was adrift the midst of a great storm, his boat constantly in danger of being destroyed. Yet through this onslaught, Yang Kai remained unharmed, successfully resisting the innumerable wind blades. All the demon race spectators up in the stands cried out in shock. Yang Kai only had a first-order transcendent realm cultivation, yet he had actually been able to resist the powerful attack of Di Xiao, a genuine third-order transcendent powerhouse, without even suffering the slightest injury. This development made the audience quite uncomfortable. Di Xiao was no ordinary demon race cultivator. He was one of Demon General Go Qiong's most trusted subordinates and could almost be considered the first person in the entire demon race below the Saint Realm. The number of masters who had died at Di Xiao's hands were countless. Moreover, he was a talent Go Qiong had personally taken an interest in, raising the former to become one of his future elites. As such, Di Zhao's strength was not comparable to an ordinary third-order transcendent. Even from up in the stands, the demon race cultivators could feel just how horrifying Di Zhao's power was. Yet such power couldn't even break the true qi shield Yang Kai had hastily condensed. Obviously, this was an unexpected development. Mistress, he really does possess astonishing potential, Umo called out. In all the matches he fought up to now, he never displayed such means. Xueli's beautiful eyes flashed a cold light. Only using his true qi, he was able to withstand that attack. It's obvious the purity and density of his true qi is no weaker than Di Zhao's. Good, very good. The cultivators around Xueli were also paying close attention to this match now, unable to hide their shock. Only Linger wore an anxious look upon her face. Although Xueli had just been praising Yang Kai, and Linger did not miss the coldness in this demon general's tone. The more outstanding Yang Kai's performance was, the more determined Xueli would be to kill him. However, if Yang Kai lost to Di Zhao, he would still die. In either case, Yang Kai's situation right now could only be described as perilous. And Linger's thoughts were in chaos, not knowing what she should do. Interesting. Di Zhao stared at Yang Kai as the latter continued to resist his attack. Originally, when Go Qiong sent him here to kill a little human brat, Di Zhao had thought it was a severe case of overkill and couldn't work up any motivation. It was only after arriving in Sand City and hearing about Yang Kai's various achievements that Di Zhao thought such a person was worthy of him executing. However, that was all. He hadn't really put Yang Kai in his eyes. But now, after discovering that this human boy actually had enough strength to fight back against him, Di Zhao felt genuine excited. Di Zhao was the kind of person who enjoyed fighting and was always eager to bathe in blood. On top of that, his favorite thing was to watch his opponent tenaciously resist yet ultimately fail and succumb to their demise. At that moment, Di Zhao's mentality underwent a subtle change, and he began to regard Yang Kai as a real opponent. The demonic qi which spewed out from Di Zhao's body instantly increased a lot. The tornadoes which were swirling around him like dark dragons also merged together and formed one giant mass, engulfing the entire death arena stage. The surrounding barriers creaked under the impact of this wanton storm, and ripples visible to the naked eye began to appear. However, these barriers were all personally erected by Xueli, and obviously Di Zhao wouldn't be able to destroy them, so the demon race spectators in the stands weren't worried. All of them still focusing all their attention on the match before them. At this point, Yang Kai had been completely covered by wind blades and tornadoes. The wind blades swept over him like a plague of locusts descending upon a field, overwhelming in number, their sharp auras constantly trying to tear him apart, the aura of death lingering about them. There was nowhere to escape, and it was impossible to avoid them. Yang Kai was cornered. The shield he had condensed from his yang liquid was unable to withstand this persistent bombardment and directly collapsed. In the next moment, Yang Kai's body was impacted by countless wind blades, his clothes shredded as blood splashed out. In less than a breath of time, Yang Kai's skin was filled with innumerable wounds and his robes were broken and tattered. Di Zhao grinned as he stared mercilessly at Yang Kai, as if he was looking at a dead man. The next moment, though, Di Zhao's smile went stiff. Yang Kai, who should have been killed, slowly straightened himself up while slightly lowering his head, staring back at Di Zhao with a gloomy and sinister expression. A burst of strange and creepy laughter leaked from his lips. With a sneer, Yang Kai stretched out a hand and pulled off his tattered shirt, revealing his toned physique and rippling muscles that seemed to contain a shocking amount of power. Standing in the center of the raging wind blades, Yang Kai remained unmoving, like a great mountain, resisting the surrounding storm without flinching in the slightest. "Friend, it seems your strength isn't much." An uproar spread throughout the crowd instantly when Yang Kai uttered these words. The demon race spectators up in the stands were all shocked and amazed. All of them had thought that this time, with Di Zhao personally taking action, Yang Kai would be swiftly defeated, even killed, but the situation in front of them differed greatly from their expectations, giving them a not small surprise. Even wrapped completely in wind blades, Yang Kai's body didn't receive any noticeable damage, only suffering some minor cuts. It seemed his physique had reached an incredible degree of fortitude, allowing him to withstand such attacks head-on. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yang Kai's provocation made Di Zhao's expression become somewhat ugly, the latter smiling sullenly as he shot back. "You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I must see how long you can keep spewing such nonsense." Saying so, Di Zhao waved his hands, and the swirling tornado that encompassed the entire Death Arena stage rapidly contracted, focusing all its destructive force on Yang Kai's position, firmly trapping him in place. As the tornado rapidly contracted, the number and intensity of the wind blades also greatly increased, forming a dark, dense killing zone around Yang Kai. Like an angry black dragon, it slammed and whipped against Yang Kai. "Shaping true chi is something I can do too." Yang Kai grinned, and with a great roar, a huge dragon head appeared above his head. A dazzling golden radiance cut through the dark wind, bringing with it a shocking and violent momentum. A long body quickly formed behind the golden dragon head, and in the next instant, it shot out, colliding with the dark tornado, the two entities tearing and ripping into each other. Over the entire Death Arena stage, a swirling storm of gold and black rampaged. The golden dragon Yang Kai had just summoned was the very same one that was tattooed on his back. Before, Yang Kai was only able to use this hidden power when he was in his devil transformation state, but ever since his visit to Ice Sect, where he had blended souls with Su Yan, he discovered he could release it even in his normal state. On top of that, the golden dragon was also linked to Yang Kai's soul, so it was far more agile and responsive than Di Zhao's simple martial skill. The two dragons fought one another, creating an incredible fierce display. Everyone's full attention was fixed on this magnificent scene, all of them staring up into the sky above the Death Arena stage, wondering which dragon would be the ultimate victor. Hong hong hong. With a series of deafening explosions, as if a volcano was erupting, the two dragons intertwined, and the dark tornado was gradually beaten back by the golden dragon, retreating in defeat over and over again, its color quickly dimming. True Yang Yuan Qi had always been the nemesis of demonic Qi, so the aura the golden dragon radiated made every demon race cultivator present feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, a pair of shouts resounded, and the two figures who had been standing atop the Death Arena stage all this time flickered and collided, fresh blood splashing out as they did. At some point, when everyone's eyes had been attracted to the two dragons colliding up in the sky, Yang Kai and Di Zhao had also begun engaging in a fierce battle. Terrible bursts of energy filled the Death Arena stage. After the two figures separated from one another, Yang Kai wiped his hand across his chest, his fingers dripping with blood as he did. Yang Kai felt an excruciating pain at that moment. Even though he had only clashed with Di Zhao for a few breaths, he felt like his body had been pierced by thousands of attacks, his chest and arms now bearing numerous bone-deep wounds. Go Qiong's high regard for Di Zhao was no misplaced. As a peak third-order transcendent, the latter indeed possessed battle sense and combat experience far beyond average, allowing him to capitalize on any opening presented before him. However, although Yang Kai's condition was miserable, Di Zhao's wasn't much better. One of Di Zhao's shoulders had been torn apart, and a great chunk of his flesh was now missing, causing blood to flow down his side uncontrollably. His imposing aura also showed some signs of disorder as his face distorted from the pain. Staring at one another, panting for breath, the eyes of the two fighters atop the Death Arena stage both turned red at the same time. At this moment, bloodthirst had consumed both Yang Kai and Di Zhao's hearts, the only thought now being to fight and slaughter the opponent in front of them. When she saw the blood flowing from Yang Kai's abdomen, Xueli, who had been lazily sitting the whole time, suddenly leapt to her feet, her beautiful eyes trembling as she stared towards the Death Arena stage, a look of disbelief covering her face, as if she had discovered something impossible. "Mistress!" Uemo saw this and couldn't help calling out. Xueli's brow furrowed deeply as she took in a deep breath, relaxing her shocked expression and sitting down again only several breaths later. Uemo wore a puzzled expression, not understanding why Xueli had suddenly had such a violent reaction. Although Yang Kai's performance was indeed far beyond everyone's expectations, could that alone cause her to act so out of character? What did Mistress just discover? Uemo thought about it for a while before slowly shaking his head and focusing his attention back on the battle down below. Killing intent flowed out in great waves, and even from where he was standing high up in the stands, Uemo could clearly sense it, quickly steadying his mind lest he inadvertently be affected by it. Di Xiao and Yang Kai were evenly matched, each of them matching the other blow for blow. No one could predict what the final outcome would be now. The thick and powerful demonic qi that emerged from Di Xiao's body created a dark domain around him filled with evil energy. On the other hand, Yang Kai was like a small burning sun, his true Yang Yuan qi surging towards his surroundings, blocking the attacks of Di Xiao's demonic qi. The two opposite energies collided with one another violently, each one trying to annihilate the other. Both fighters pushed their strength to the extreme, neither of them daring to hold back or show mercy. Great howls and deafening roars filled the air. A shocking murderous intent pulsed from Yang Kai, who now could only think of killing, shouting towards the heavens, forgetting everything else. His only desire now was to destroy the enemy before him. True Yang Yuan qi madly surged forth and suddenly suppressed the other party's demonic qi. Di Xiao's expression tightened and he didn't dare hesitate, his body flickering and instantly appearing above Yang Kai as he sent out a devastating palm strike filled with deadly aura towards the masked human youth below. The surrounding ground instantly disintegrated and transformed into fine dust. But Yang Kai managed to avoid the strike at the last moment and counterattack, sending out his own palm strike filled with dense true Yang Yuan qi towards Di Xiao. Without the slightest reservation, the two fighters atop the death arena stage used all their skill and strength to clash with one another. Di Xiao's cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's by 2 minor realms, but his demonic qi was being suppressed by Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan qi, so he could only bring out about 80% of his maximum strength, causing him to feel extremely annoyed and frustrated. As the contest between Yang Kai and Di Xiao became more and more intense, the surrounding world energy became increasingly turbulent, shrouding their figures and obscuring their auras. The spectators up in the stands now could only see vague figures flickering about and were unable to determine the exact situation atop the stage. This was a true death match. Blood constantly spattered onto the cracked ground as deafening explosions continuously rang out. Both Yang Kai and Di Xiao had been consumed by madness and had lost track of everything else around them. This kind of fierce battle caused everyone who witnessed it to tremble from excitement and fear. A variety of exquisite demon race martial skills were released from Di Xiao's hands, each one causing Yang Kai to suffer greatly. In response, Yang Kai used the flexibility and potency of his Yang liquid to rip apart and penetrate Di Xiao's defenses. The two figures entangled and violently bombarded one another, each attack carrying with it a ruthless killing intent. As they fought, flashes of light constantly burst out, and as the area around them seemed to explode as if it was being engulfed in a meteor shower, dazzling the spectating crowds. Before anyone knew it, half of the death arena stage had been destroyed. There had never been a battle which caused such destruction to the death arena before. Every demon race spectator felt his or her blood boil, many of them wishing they could throw all caution to the wind, jump down from the stands, and join this bloody fight to the death. Di Xiao became more and more shocked as the battle dragged on. Never had he dreamed that a human boy whose cultivation was far lower than his own could actually possess such strength. His own killing strikes continuously rained down on Yang Kai, but often could only superficially wound the latter, never once delivering the intended fatal blow. His opponent's body was like a lump of steel, completely unlike the fragile humans he had fought before. However, what shocked Di Xiao the most was Yang Kai's resiliency and endurance. Each and every move the two of them made contained the maximum amount of force possible, neither of them holding anything back. So after such a long fight, Di Xiao was very flustered and had consumed a massive amount of his demonic qi, causing both his momentum and strength to fall far below his peak. But this human boy was different. He had somehow managed to maintain the same level of output this entire time, never once weakening, even becoming somewhat more intense as time passed. It was like his body contained an inexhaustible supply of true qi. In addition, the more Yang Kai was wounded, the more brutally he fought back, as if the pain was a drug stimulating his bloodthirsty nature. As the battle dragged on, Di Xiao noticed something which truly made him afraid. The wounds Yang Kai had suffered throughout their fight were actually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. For instance, the dense injuries he had previously received from the opening salvo of wind blades had now basically disappeared. This kid can even restore his own injuries in the middle of a fight. Di Xiao hadn't seen Yang Kai take any kind of pill or elixir. Moreover, there was no time for him to have done so. For the first time, Di Xiao discovered that such a strange person actually existed. Not only could he compete with the so-called favored sons of heaven, he actually far exceeded them. This discovery struck a deep blow to Di Xiao's pride, causing his mood to become somewhat gloomy. He was an elite amongst the elite of the demon race. At just 80 years old, he had already reached the very peak of the third-order transcendent realm and was expected to break through to the saint realm before the age of 100. A 100-year-old saint realm was a rare presence throughout the entire realm. Some of the great forces of the Tongxian realm managed to raise their own elite disciples to the transcendent realm at very young ages, but once they reached that realm, almost all of them would experience a sharp decrease in their rate of growth, and fewer still managed to become saints before the age of 100. But Di Xiao had such potential. Go Qiong had high expectations for him and gave him the best cultivation environments and resources to support his growth. Di Xiao has always been proud of this and felt that one day he could certainly become the first person below the demon commander, or possibly even the demon commander himself. But now he had received a devastating blow. If what Go Che had reported was the truth, then this human boy who was even now fighting evenly with him was only 25 or 6 years old. Could it be that he had been cultivating for so many decades in vain? When masters fought, it was not only a contest of their skills but also a battle of their wills. As soon as Di Xiao's state of mind became disturbed, the stalemate was broken and his momentum collapsed, allowing Yang Kai to completely suppress him. The demon race spectators up in the stands also quickly discovered that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Originally, the gold and black auras in the Death Arena stage were equal in intensity to one another. But suddenly the dark demonic chi belonging to Di Xiao weakened, while the annoying golden aura shone brilliantly. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't sit still. Impossible! Can this boy even defeat Di Xiao? How can this be? Di Xiao is a third-order transcendent, 2 full levels higher than him. If Di Xiao is defeated, my demon race will lose all face. Is that guy really real? A first-order transcendent being able to defeat a third-order, if he were to become a saint. Even Feng Biao, who had been sent by Go Qiong to oversee this task, had a gloomy look upon his face as his brow furrowed deeply, his hands crushing the arms of his chair unconsciously. Xueli was also leaning forward now, her powerful divine sense penetrating the Death Arena's barriers as she carefully observed the changes in the battle. No one in the audience had a clearer idea of what was happening than her because she was the one who had constructed the barriers around the Death Arena stage in the first place. Her original intention was to make it so that the cultivators who fought would not receive any interference from the gamblers on the outside, so even if they were top-level masters, if they tried to peep through these barriers, all they'd be able to discover was some vague details. Xueli was different though, her beautiful eyes easily able to track Yang Kai and Di Xiao's movements. The battle turning out like this was truly beyond Xueli's expectations. Even if she managed to glean some clues from Enlinger's behavior, inferring the possibility that Yang Kai might win, it was still difficult to believe what she was seeing. This fight was also far more exciting than she anticipated. Also, as Xueli spectated the match, the murderous intent that originally filled her eyes slowly faded and was instead replaced with a thick sense of confusion. With a thunderous explosion, the gold and black energies which had been entangled with each other this whole time suddenly separated and 2 silhouettes retreated backwards, coming to a stop a dozen meters or so apart. Dust blew about and the battlefield lay in ruins. Everyone up in the stands held their breath, the entire Death Arena falling silent as all eyes stared towards the stage down below, wondering who had come out on top. Gradually, the dust settled and the 2 fighters' figures appeared before everyone's eyes. Sharp breaths were drawn as the demon race spectators couldn't believe what they were seeing. Di Xiao was bathed in blood, with almost no part of his body still intact. All over his scarred skin there were clearly visible palm print, fist marks, etc., Go Qiong's elite subordinate seemed to be exhausted, his labored breathing clearly ringing in everyone's ears, illustrating just how weak he currently was. Yang Kai was also covered in blood that, under the strong rays of the sun, seemed to glow a faint golden color, giving him a strange appearance. There were many scars and wounds all over his strong body, numbering no less than the ones on Di Zhao's. The only difference between the two was the look in their eyes. Di Zhao's originally confident gaze was now dull, while Yang Kai's was filled with strength. Di Zhao had been defeated. As long as one wasn't blind, they would be able to see this. I've underestimated you. You're truly strong. Di Zhao coughed a few times, spitting out some blood and viscera from his mouth. Anyone who looks down on me has to pay the price. Yang Kai grinned and took a deep breath before lifting his foot and slowly walking forward, his true chi surging once more, his eyes filling with murderous intent. It was clear he planned to kill the person in front of him and bring this deathmatch to a close. Seeing his intentions, Feng Biao, who had been in something of a daze in the stands, came to his senses and stood up, shouting in an angered voice, "Little brat, you dare!" As he shouted, his figure flickered, disappearing from where he stood and shooting towards the death arena stage like a bolt of lightning. Despite Di Zhao disappointing Sir Go Qiong's expectations, actually losing to a little human brat, he was still one of Go Qiong's most elite warriors. Yang Kai couldn't be allowed to simply kill him here. Feng Biao couldn't just sit idly by and watch. He had to take this opportunity to finish off Yang Kai. UMO. On the other side of the arena, Xueli suddenly shouted. UMO nodded lightly and also shot out. A moment later, UMO appeared in front of Feng Biao, blocking his way. "Make way!" Feng Biao shouted furiously, not having any scruples about this being Xueli's sight, sending out a palm towards UMO as the latter responded in kind. The two First Order Saints instantly engaged in an astonishing fight over the death arena, each move they made shaking the heavens, causing the hearts of all the spectators down below to clench. All the demon race spectators present were dumbfounded. They hadn't expected to see such a wonderful battle between peak Transcendent Realm cultivators today, and now they were even being shown a rare fight between Saint Realm masters. This unexpected development immediately invigorated them, drawing their full attention. UMO, what's the meaning of this? Feng Biao couldn't get rid of Yumo's entanglement and immediately interrogated him. You know who Di Zhao is? If he dies here, can you withstand Sir Go Qiong's anger? Idiot! Whether Go Qiong is angry or not has nothing to do with me. UMO sneered. This is Sand City. My mistress site? Or did you forget even something so basic? Are you trying to force Sir Go Qiong and Xueli into a war? I have no such intent, however. The Death Arena has the rules of the Death Arena. 2 people enter, only one may leave alive. This rule may not be broken. You? Feng Biao ground his teeth as he continued the fight with UMO. Still managing to focus on the ground, Feng Biao saw Yang Kai arrive in front of Di Zhao and condensed his true Yang Yuan Qi into his fingertip and calmly pointed it towards the limp Di Zhao. Di Zhao was thoroughly exhausted and didn't even have the strength to stand properly, much less put up any kind of resistance. At this moment, he was simply looking to the sky helplessly. Feng Biao quickly shouted, "Little brat! If you dare do this, you're dead." Just as he said these words, though, the true chi gathered at Yang Kai's fingertips transformed into a sharp blade and stabbed into Di Zhao's chest. Di Zhao's body shook, and the blood gushed from his chest like a fountain, his eyes opening wide as he fell backwards. Bang! A puff of dust flew up. That little brat! He really killed Di Zhao. Interesting. I don't think even Miss Xueli can protect him now. If Miss Xueli doesn't protect him, he'll definitely die. In midair, seeing with their own eyes that Di Zhao had died, Feng Biao and UMO also stopped fighting, the former's face becoming extremely gloomy, his eyes staring hatefully towards Yang Kai, seemingly want to tear off the latter's stupid mask to see just what kind of bastard was beneath it. Yumo's eyes also flashed as he was secretly shocked by Yang Kai's boldness, quickly returning to Xueli's side without saying a word. Next to Di Zhao's body, Yang Kai stood quietly, his back straight and motionless. Under the influence of the demon eye of annihilation, an undetectable soul remnant poured into Xianxia's mind and was absorbed. Gradually, the atmosphere and aura in the surroundings became strange, and the fluctuations pulsing from Xianxia's body underwent a subtle change. The deep rage and hatred in Feng Bao's eyes, which were staring at Xianxia, were suddenly replaced with a thick shock and jealousy. "Mistress!" Umo also exclaimed, his eyes narrowing as he stared towards Xianxia. Xueli's complexion also changed again upon feeling the energy fluctuations coming from Xianxia, a look of genuine surprise filling her face. "Mistress, could it be?" Umo's voice trembled as he hesitantly spoke. It's an epiphany. This boy." Xueli's beautiful eyes flashed a strange brilliance. A few months fighting life or death battles here have probably allowed him to comprehend many things, and today's battle allowed all of that to sublimate, resulting in sudden enlightenment. "Inconceivable!" Umo cried out in amazement. "Does he want to break through here? Isn't he acting a bit too supercilious?" Di Xiao had just been killed by him, and Feng Biao couldn't wait to put him to death. The demon race spectators in the stand also were filled with indignation, and many were clamoring for Xianxia's life. This was quite likely the worst possible time for a breakthrough. If the situation wasn't handled well, it might turn into a riot where the angry crowd directly swarmed him. "Mistress, in this situation, do we just sit back and watch?" Umo turned to Xueli and asked. As long as Xueli didn't speak, Xianxia would definitely die today. No demon race cultivator wanted to let such a monstrous human boy continue breathing. Although Xianxia had brought them a lot of excitement and entertainment, the situation was different now. Everyone here was well aware of how terrifying this boy's potential was. "Nonsense, of course we're not going to just sit back and watch. Relay my command. Anyone who dares to enter the death arena stage before he finished breaking through is to be killed without mercy." Xueli's beautiful face filled with an inexplicable excitement. "Ah!" Umo let out a gaffe, dumbfounded by the order he had just been given. Just before, Xueli had clearly decided to kill Xianxia today, regardless of whether he won or lost the fight. So this sudden and drastic change in attitude greatly confused Umo. If they really wanted to kill this human brat, they didn't even need to act. Feng Biao and the other demon race spectators would happily murder Xianxia while he was breaking through. Earlier, Umo had only blocked Feng Biao to suppress Go Qiong and maintain the rules of the death arena. Was this little brat's performance so impressive that Xueli was reluctant to kill him? Umo secretly speculated but still couldn't understand. However, he didn't ask anything and simply carried out his orders, spreading out his divine sense in the next instant to relay Xueli's command. The next moment, from outside the death arena, a large number of powerful demon race masters appeared, taking up defensive positions around the broken stage. Seeing this scene, everyone understood that Xueli intended to shelter Xianxia and immediately dismissed all thoughts attacking, contenting themselves to just holler and scream angrily. Xianxia, standing atop the death arena stage, seemed completely unaware of all this. But, in truth, he was also paying close attention to his surroundings, so the behavior of Xueli's subordinates also caused him to feel a bit confused. However, since this woman didn't seem to want to immediately kill him, Xianxia focused his attention back onto breaking through safely, clearing his mind of all distractions and entering a state of enlightenment. Outside the death arena stage, countless demon race spectators shouted and cursed, but none of them dared to make any rash moves. Atop the stage, the surrounding world energy churned violently. After what seemed like a long time had passed, a burst of energy that cracked the surrounding earth suddenly burst out with Xianxia at its center. All of the world energy in the area began madly swirling about as if it were being drawn in by a giant whirlpool, crashing against the death arena stage's barriers. Such terrifying world energy! Umo's eyes went round as he couldn't help calling out in shock. Xueli also had showed a look of surprise, her beautiful eyes flashing a strange light as she muttered under her breath. He really has enough capital to act so crazily. This kind of world energy baptism is comparable to something a third-order transcendent realm master would face. No wonder he was able to kill Di Xiao. The spectating demon race cultivators who saw this scene also didn't have pleasant looks upon their faces. If the one currently standing on the death arena stage was Di Xiao, they would be cheering joyously, but a human boy showing such potential only made them feel uncomfortable. As a tidal wave of world energy flowed towards the death arena stage, Yang Kai closed his eyes, his face filled with a look of comfort as the faint golden glow shrouding him became more and more dazzling. All of a sudden, the violent storm of world energy rushed towards Yang Kai's body and within 10 breaths was completely absorbed by him. The chaotic aura within the death arena also became tranquil. Staring at Yang Kai now, the expressions of the surrounding demon race masters were unsightly as they grumbled in their hearts, but were unable to vocalize just how they were feeling at the moment. Yang Kai, who had been severely wounded in his battle with Di Xiao, was now recovering at an astonishing speed. The minor injuries he had suffered already completely healed, while the major ones were no longer a hindrance to his movement. Xueli's beautiful eyes shrank upon seeing this, and she licked her thin red lips as she stared excitedly towards Yang Kai. Atop the death arena stage, Yang Kai gently clenched his fists and felt the power flowing through his body, extremely satisfied. This time's breakthrough had gone incredibly smoothly. The insights and sentiments he had gained over the past few months of difficult fights had been like nourishment for his body and soul, allowing him to reach the edge of a breakthrough. And after a fierce battle with Di Xiao, he managed to spy on the mysteries of the second-order transcendent realm. The purity and density of Yang Kai's true qi had risen to a new level, and even his spiritual energy had sublimated, becoming more powerful than before. Yang Kai couldn't have been more pleased with this outcome. The only thing that made him feel helpless was that he was still standing in the middle of the death arena, surrounded by demon race masters. What's more, Xueli was looking on. The killing intent Xueli had towards him had not gone unnoticed by Yang Kai, so he never dropped his guard against her. But with the huge gap in their strength, he still couldn't help feeling powerless. Although Yang Kai didn't understand why she suddenly decided to protect him and allow him to break through here, he knew this woman didn't do so out of kindness. His best option was still to leave Sand City as quickly as possible. Considering all this, Yang Kai turned his eyes towards Xueli and shouted, "Senior Xueli, are the words you spoke to me before still valid?" Xueli's beautiful eyes narrowed as she laughed charmingly. "What words are you referring to? You promised me that as long as I can win in this battle, you will let me and my companion leave. It can't be that Senior Xueli doesn't intend to keep her word." Yang Kai continued to shout, making sure his voice could be heard by all the surrounding demon race spectators. Xueli let out a light snort as she stared at Yang Kai from far away, a trace of hatred flashing across her beautiful eyes. Although the two of them indeed had such an agreement, Xueli never had any intention of complying with it, but now that Yang Kai had exposed it in front of so many people, Xueli would have to consider it again. A demon general failing to keep their word would greatly harm Xueli's reputation. Smelly brat. Xueli ground her teeth angrily, fully realizing Yang Kai was doing this to force her hand, knowing she couldn't refuse him in the presence of so many witnesses. "Mistress, he's seeking his own death," Umo said, taking pleasure in Yang Kai's misfortune as he grinned. "Just let him leave. Then he'll die without us having to lift a finger." As he said so, Umo glanced over at Feng Biao, who was even now exuding a thick murderous intent. Umo knew that Feng Biao was the one who most wanted to put Yang Kai to death. "The key is that I don't want him to die now," Xueli grumbled. Umo was stunned and didn't dare say anything more. Does Senior Xueli want to renege on her promise? Atop the death arena stage, Yang Kai shouted for the third time. His face was filled with an unreadable smile. Xueli let out a soft breath, causing her proud peaks to undulate exaggeratedly. Slowly getting up, she said to Yang Kai in a calm voice, "Naturally this king will not. You and your female companion are free to leave. Wherever you decide to go now, you may go. No one here will try to stop you." Yang Kai stared at her deeply, cupped his fists and bowed lightly. "Many thanks, Senior Xueli." Saying so, Yang Kai soared up from the death arena stage, arriving beside Xueli in the blink of an eye, grabbed hold of Enlinger, and shouted, "Let's go, little brat. I believe we will meet again soon." Xueli suddenly whispered, the words directly reaching Yang Kai's ear. causing his heart to tremble. Sweeping his eyes towards Shueli, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that this vicious woman was staring at him profoundly. Cheap whore! Yang Kai secretly cursed, realizing that Shueli had no intention of letting him go so easily. In front of all these demon race spectators sitting around the death arena, going back on her word would make her lose too much face, so she had no choice but to agree to his demands for now, but she was no doubt planning to make a move behind the scenes. As soon as Yang Kai and Enlinger left, he estimated multiple pursuers would follow. Even so, Yang Kai simply smiled confidently and replied, "Really? I believe we'll never see one another again." "We'll see," Shueli coldly snorted. Yang Kai brought Enlinger up into the sky and soared off towards the horizon like a bolt of lightning. From the death arena's stand, those who were particularly angry and wished to kill Yang Kai also got up and left in groups of 3 or 4, quickly following after the latter. Shueli and Umo both ignored this, pretending they saw nothing, making no attempt to block these people. Feng Biao, who was Go Qiong's representative, stood in place, his face showing a contemplatively look for a moment before turning his gaze to Shueli, grinning meaningfully, and also flying off. "Mistress, if all of them really pursue that little brat, he may really end up dead," Umo whispered. Not to mention the First Order Saint Feng Biao who was pursing him. Just the gathering of demon race masters who had left to chase Yang Kai were enough to kill him. Although Yang Kai's combat ability was out of the ordinary and he had just broken through a minor realm, he had just fought an intense battle with Di Shao, so it was likely he wouldn't be able to exert anywhere near his peak strength. After the ones pursuing him caught up, the only possible result was his death. "And he's dead." Shueli grit her teeth, obviously somewhat annoyed. "That little brat brought this upon himself. If he obediently stayed here, I wouldn't have killed him, but he just had to go seeking death all on his own." "Then, go bring him back," Shueli ordered. "Don't let anyone else capture or kill him." "Yes." Umo bowed before chasing after Yang Kai. "Humph, actually daring to say we'll never see one another again? I'd very much like to see what kind of expression you show this king when we next meet." Shueli smiled lightly, got up, and strolled casually towards her palace to await the moment Yang Kai was captured. Outside of Sand City, Yang Kai flew while tightly holding Enlinger, his speed pushed to his current limit, the two of them leaving a long afterimage behind them. "Are you all right?" Enlinger asked, full of concern. She had seen just how seriously injured Yang Kai was just now in his battle against Di Shao. Right now what he needed most was rest, but instead he had to madly consume his true qi. "I'm fine." Yang Kai shook his head. Yang Kai was clearer about his condition than anyone, so he couldn't help marveling at the astonishing restorative power of his demon god blood. Normally, after suffering such heavy injuries, Yang Kai would have to cultivate for several days in order to recover. But now, the demon god blood in his body was actually mending his wounds at a rate visible to the naked eye, so although he wasn't perfectly healed, flying and even fighting wouldn't be an issue. On top of that, the thing Yang Kai least had to worry about was his consumption of true qi. With hundreds of drops of Yang liquid in his dantian and more than 60 divine tree fruits in his black book space, his reserve of true qi was essentially unlimited. "It seems like someone is chasing us," Enlinger suddenly whispered, her beautiful face paling. "Not one, many." Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged. With his unusually powerful divine sense, he had long ago noticed they were being pursued and even knew the exact number and cultivation of the ones chasing them. There was quite a large number of transcendents accompanied by 2 or 3 saints in the lead group. Behind these people was Feng Biao, who had firmly locked his divine sense onto him like maggots on rotting bones. Still further behind Feng Biao was Umo. Shueli really had sent him to chase after them, causing Yang Kai to curse in his heart, swearing one day he would teach that viper woman a good lesson. All in all, more than half of the masters from Sand City were now pursuing Yang Kai and Enlinger. Although bitter in his heart, Yang Kai revealed nothing on his face and simply continued flying forward at his current speed. The demon race masters who chased after them from Sand City had all summoned their own artifacts and were doing their best to quickly shorten the distance between themselves and Yang Kai. After half an hour, Yang Kai had flown several hundred kilometers, but his pursuers were now closing in. Noticing this, and Linger became anxious and hurriedly used her secret art to help promote the circulation speed of Yang Kai's true qi. "They can't catch us." Yang Kai comforted her gently while continuing to maintain his flight speed, waiting for the right opportunity. From what Yang Kai could perceive, most of his pursuers were not worth being worried about. As soon as he released his soul-devouring insects, the vast majority of them would die. The only ones Yang Kai needed to pay attention to were the Saint Realm Masters and Feng Biao and Umo behind them. These masters were still difficult opponents for him to face. However, noticing that Feng Biao and Umo were maintaining a certain distance from him and not approaching any closer, seemingly staying at the limit of where their divine senses could track him, Yang Kai immediately felt like his chance had come. Whether it was Feng Biao or Umo, both of them obviously had great confidence in their own strength and were unwilling to work together with other demon race cultivators, so they consciously maintained some distance between themselves, the other pursuers, and Yang Kai. This, however, gave Yang Kai an opportunity. With a whoosh, wind and thunder chi surged up and Yang Kai's wind and thunder wings unfurled from his back. With a flicker of these wings, Yang Kai's already quick pace suddenly multiplied several times over. Meanwhile, Linger narrowed her eyes and circulated her true qi in order to resist the violent surge in wind pressure around her. In an instant, the pair left Feng Biao and Umo's divine senses coverage range. Linger couldn't help letting out a shout. Although this wasn't the first time she had seen Yang Kai use his wind and thunder wings, having already witnessed them back when they were fleeing from Saintess Nan. No matter how many times she saw them, she couldn't help feeling fascinated by their beauty. Such a pair of wings should not be owned by a man, but instead by a woman. Even so, seeing Yang Kai like this, Linger felt he seemed quite heroic at the moment. Linger pursed her lips slightly as she stared at Yang Kai's profile, her eyes blurring slightly, unconsciously pressing her tender body closer to his, as she tightly held onto him with her arms. "Hey, why are you going starry-eyed in this kind of situation?" Yang Kai immediately noticed Linger's abnormal behavior and turned a dumbfounded gaze towards her as an amazingly soft and elastic sensation made contact with his arm, causing his fierce momentum and tension to rapidly deflate. Linger's face suddenly flushed bright red and immediately shot back indignantly. "What nonsense are you talking about? I just thought that the outside world is truly filled with wonder, completely different from what I imagined it would be like back in the Holy Land." Since her first encounter with Yang Kai, Linger's days had truly been filled with excitement. All the stimulation frightened her and caused her much grief, but it was also incredibly thrilling. It was as if, so long as she stayed together with Yang Kai, no matter what kind of danger they encountered, they would be able to safely pass through it. An average person can't have such an exciting life. Yang Kai laughed somewhat dumbly, waving his wings rhythmically, pushing his speed faster and faster, transforming into a streak of light that shot across the sky. The expressions of the demon race masters who had been tailing the pair all abruptly changed when this occurred. All of them were closing in on Yang Kai, but in the blink of an eye, they had actually completely lost track of him. Amongst the group of pursuers, even 3 Saint Realm Masters couldn't hide their shock. Not daring to hold back any longer, they quickly pushed their speed to its maximum and shot off in the direction Yang Kai fled. A moment later, 2 figures flew over and joined the pursuit. Obviously these 2 were Feng Biao and Umo, who noticed something had gone wrong and thus increased their pace. The expressions of the 2 saints were particularly awful, especially Umo's. It wasn't until now that he realized that even in that brutal life or death battle with Di Xiao, Yang Kai had still been hiding his strength. With the astonishing speed Yang Kai just displayed, it would have been easy for him to have Di Xiao dancing in the palm of his hand, but he had actually concealed it until just now. Obviously he had done so in order to get his pursuers to lower their guard, giving him a chance to escape. As a result, Yang Kai really managed to escape from his pursuers' divine sense search range. "That damn brat!" Umo's face twisted in anger as he cursed while continuing to chase after Yang Kai. An hour later, the Transcendent Realm Demon Race Masters who had been pursuing Yang Kai finally came to a stop. They had no idea which direction Yang Kai and the few Saint Realm Masters had gone or any way to track them, so after letting out a few bitter sighs and curses, they turned around and headed back to Sand City. 3,000 kilometers from Sand City, Yang Kai's expression became gloomy. He found that he had still underestimated the means of these Saint Realm masters. Although Yang Kai had already used his wind and thunder wings to flee from the range of their divine senses, he could clearly tell that, using some unknown method, they were still actually chasing after him. The demon land was vast, and Yang Kai wasn't even sure where he was, so he could only choose to flee in a random direction and pray that he eventually left this place. Yang Kai's powerful spiritual energy played a vital role at this time. Although his true chi cultivation was only at the second-order transcendent realm, his spiritual energy was no weaker than a Saint Realm master's. His divine sense's strength was actually even greater than Feng Biao and Yumo's, allowing him to grasp their location even when they couldn't grasp his. With this advantage to aid him, Yang Kai somehow managed to avoid populated regions and being discovered by other demon race masters, saving him a lot of unnecessary trouble. After fleeing for a long time, though, even Yang Kai began to feel fatigued. Whether it was physically or mentally, he had consumed a great deal of stamina. Even Linger's face was dispirited, obviously tired out. Repeatedly escaping and hiding, the pair still couldn't get rid of Feng Biao and Yumo's pursuit. The other Saint Realm masters had given up after chasing Yang Kai for a few days. But these two were like rabid dogs, swearing not to rest until they sank their teeth into their prey. Feng Biao and Yumo, who both found the other unpleasing to the eye, even formed a kind of subtle camaraderie born of mutual hatred during this seemingly never-ending chase. Time flew by and soon half a month had passed. Then 1 month, carrying Linger with him, Yang Kai had now crossed hundreds of thousands of kilometers of the demon land. The only upside was that the demonic chi which constantly lingered in the air seemed to be getting thinner, causing Yang Kai to secretly rejoice, feeling like he had not chosen the wrong direction and that so long as he kept this up, they would soon be able to leave the demon land. As long as they left the demon land, Feng Biao and Yumo would likely stop pursuing them. With a renewed sense of hope, Yang Kai suddenly became full of energy. One day, though, as Yang Kai was soaring forward, his expression suddenly became solemn and he quickly came to a halt, staring fixedly at a patch of jungle in front of him. From the direction he was staring, Yang Kai noticed the aura of a large number of masters seemingly concealing themselves while waiting in ambush. When Yang Kai came to a stop, from the jungle below, a pair of cold eyes fixed onto him. "Such a vigilant brat," the demon race said in praise as a look of surprise flashing across his face. He and the people he had brought with him had perfectly concealed their auras and hidden themselves amongst the environment, but had unexpectedly still been discovered by their target. "Still trying to act stealthy at this point? Just show yourselves," Yang Kai observed for a moment before suddenly calling out. The leader of this group of demon race masters grinned and no longer tried to conceal himself, soaring up into the air to face Yang Kai directly. Observing this demon race master, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling somewhat suspicious. He had never met or even seen this man before, but from the other side's attitude, it was obvious he was waiting here for him and Linger. This person's cultivation was also not weak, probably a Saint Realm master, and even if he wasn't as strong as Feng Biao or Yumo, he wasn't much worse. Behind this man, there were also a number of powerful masters who seemed to be curiously eyeing Yang Kai. Hearing a rushing sound coming from behind him, Yang Kai's face sank, realizing that Feng Biao and Yumo were quickly approaching. Sure enough, a moment later, these two made dogs appeared and stopped close behind Yang Kai. "Yumo, this is the human brat you said escaped from Sand City?" The demon race master in front stared at Yang Kai and casually asked. With an ice-cold expression, Yumo nodded and said, "Yeah," then turning to Yang Kai and cursing, "Damn brat, you really run fast. If I didn't send word to City Lord Man to block your path, I'm afraid I really wouldn't have been able to stop you." As he spoke, a look of deep hatred flashed across his eyes. After receiving Xueli's orders, Yumo thought he would quickly be able to capture Yang Kai and return to Sand City. But after an entire month of pursuing the latter, not only was Yumo thoroughly exhausted, he had nearly failed his mission. Right now, Yumo was feeling quite aggrieved and depressed, secretly swearing to himself to brutally torment Yang Kai the whole way back to Sand City after capturing him in order to vent the hatred in his heart. After listening to UMO, Xianxia suddenly understood that, while chasing him, the other party had used some method to convey a message to the city lord man, telling the latter to set up an ambush here. Xianxia smiled bitterly. In the end, this was someone else's territory. Although he had managed to escape for a while, he was finally blocked today. This was no doubt a hopeless situation. As UMO and city lord man were conversing, Feng Biao simply stood to the side, his eyes drifting back and forth, seemingly observing the situation. He and Yumo's purposes were different. His objective was to kill Xianxia in order to complete the task given to him by Go Qiong, but now that UMO had called a helper, he suddenly felt that things had become difficult. His eagerness to stir up trouble was not missed by UMO, and even City Lord Man could easily guess what he was thinking, the latter letting out a laugh as he said, "Isn't this Feng Biao? Instead of staying in Qingliao City and serving Sir Go Qiong, you've actually come all the way out here to this remote wilderness. What do you plan to do?" UMO said lightly, "Feng Biao, I'm not interested in embarrassing you today. Withdraw." Feng Biao coldly snorted before turning his gaze towards Xianxia, glaring hatefully at him for a moment before turning back to UMO, backing off a short distance and faintly saying, "If you want to catch him, so be it. I won't interfere, but everything that's happened up till now, I will fully report to Sir Go Qiong. I hope you can afford the consequences." Seeing Feng Biao take a stand, UMO no longer spoke any nonsense with him, turning to Xianxia and sneering, "Little brat, will you surrender without a fight, or do you want me to catch you? I'll tell you in advance, if you chose the second option, you won't get off with just some light injuries. Are you so confident that you can catch me?" Xianxia smiled lightly. Hearing this, City Lord Man's eyes bulged for a moment before he snickered dismissively. "UMO, what kind of background does this human kid have? His arrogance is simply heaven-defying. In front of 3 Saint Realm Masters actually daring to spout such words, could it be this kid was messed up in the head? He has the capital to act so arrogant. Di Xiao was killed by him in the death arena of Sand City, one-on-one. UMO explained faintly. "What?" City Lord Man was stunned. "Are you sure you aren't mistaken? That Di Xiao was actually killed by him? He seems like he's only a second-order transcendent. I saw it with my own eyes. How could I be mistaken? And when he killed Di Xiao, he was only a first-order transcendent. After killing Di Xiao, he broke through to his present realm. Is that true?" City Lord Man asked in disbelief, shocked to the point of speechlessness. "Do you think Feng Biao and I would chase after him for an entire month if it wasn't?" UMO ground his teeth. "Fuck. Don't mention it anymore. It's shameful to even bring it up. Ha 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 ha." City Lord Man burst into laughter, a look of ridicule appearing on his face. "You chased after him for a whole month yet still couldn't catch him?" As he laughed, his face suddenly became cold and he solemnly said, "If that's the case, this little brat really must have some skill." Though City Lord Man seemed like a gruff and brutish person, he was no fool. He knew that given Yumo's personality, there was no way he would be praising a human cultivator unless there was no other alternative. Realizing this, City Lord Man immediately understood that there was probably something special about this human boy. Killing a third-order transcendent with only a first-order cultivation. No one from the demon race could accomplish this kind of feat. On top of that, the one who was killed was Di Xiao, a man who always killed people in higher realms than his own. This only further emphasized how absurd this human strength must be. "Gu Man, this time I'll have to bother you to take action while I stand guard." UMO glanced over at Feng Biao, who was standing not far away, indicating that he obviously didn't trust Feng Biao and was concerned the latter would try something once he saw an opening. "No problem. I like destroying the pride and self-confidence of young brats, especially ones like this human." "Ha! This will be fun." Gu Man nodded casually, lifting his head arrogantly as he waved to his hand. "All of you go test his skill. Don't get careless. I don't want to have to collect your corpses if you screw up." The masters behind City Lord Man all snickered as they turned malicious stares towards Xianxia. UMO frowned and faintly felt that this course of action was somewhat improper, but he soon felt that so many people dealing with Xianxia shouldn't be a problem, so he made no attempt to stop them. "City Lord, if we catch this human brat, Can we get some kind of reward? One of the masters suddenly asked, apparently wanting to extract some benefits from Gu-man. Rewards your ass. Father here was sent to the edge of the demon land by Sir Shueli to serve as city lord of this desolate waste, yet you dare ask me to reward you? If you want something, ask Umo. Gu-man spat angrily. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes light up as his mouth curled into a slight grin. Gu-man's words were nothing but curses and complaints, but they had actually revealed a piece of information that made Yang Kai quite excited. This place really was at the edge of the demon land. That meant that as long as he could escape from here, he could leave the demon land. Enough! After grabbing him, are you still concerned you won't get any benefits? Umo shouted, Gu-man, you never change. If not, how could Sir Shueli have sent you here? Your short-sightedness is the reason you never make any progress. Even after being insulted so, Gu-man didn't get annoyed and just laughed heartily. You heard that right? Umo just said that there'll be reward for catching him. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, you idiots. As soon as the masters behind Gu-man heard this, their auras became fierce as they directed menacing stares towards Yang Kai, quickly spreading out to surround him. Yang Kai didn't panic and simply observed his surroundings with cold eyes, secretly preparing to unleash his spiritual energy to release his soul-devouring insects and kill all the cultivators here below the Saint Realm. Just as the two sides were on the verge of clashing, though, and Linger suddenly shuddered and a look of fear and panic appeared on her pretty face, quickly pulling on Yang Kai's clothes to get his attention. What happened? Yang Kai's brow rose slightly as he asked under his breath, thinking Linger might have sensed the other side trying to pull some kind of trick he had missed. However, Linger's beautiful eyes simply trembled as she gently lifted her finger and pointed to the distant horizon. Over there! Unconsciously glancing in the direction she was pointing, everyone was immediately dumbstruck. In the distance, where the sky met the earth, a thick and tumultuous dark cloud had suddenly appeared and was now rapidly approaching them. From this dark cloud an ominous and eerie aura that made one feel particularly uncomfortable and a potent yet somewhat incoherent spiritual energy radiated. Everyone present paled slightly upon noticing this newcomer. Saintess Nan? Yang Kai asked solemnly. It must be. And Linger gently nodded, her beautiful eyes becoming dim and gloomy. Fuck! Yang Kai couldn't help cursing under his breath. Whether it was being chased by Umo and Feng Biao or being ambushed by Gu-man, Yang Kai was still able to maintain his calm because he still had cards to play. He believed that as long as he used his devil transformation, he could successfully bring in Linger and escape from here. But at this critical moment, this never killing before death, after death slaughter a million corpses, previous generation Saintess had actually appeared, disrupting all of Yang Kai's plans and causing him a great deal of anxiety. Yang Kai had already experienced Saintess Nan's methods and knew that he was unable to resist her. Even if he had broken through to the second-order transcendent realm, he didn't have any confidence he could flee from her. Being able to escape from her hands last time was entirely thanks to the void corridor at the bottom of the sea. But now that Yang Kai had encountered Saintess Nan in this vast wilderness, there was no possibility of him fleeing successfully. Yang Kai was agitated, but so were Feng Biao and Umo. They were both Saint Realm masters, so naturally they were able to sense how tyrannical the approaching person was. This was an existence that caused even them to feel dread. Just what kind of powerful master would come to this remote place? Unable to understand, they both unconsciously glanced over towards Yang Kai, wanting to obtain some kind of clue from him. If you don't want to die, I suggest you let us go. My reinforcements will be here soon. Yang Kai looked at them coldly, trying his best to put on a calm appearance. Seeing this though, Umo just snickered. If the one coming is your reinforcements, why are they directing murderous intent towards you and that woman you're holding? Yang Kai curled his lips helplessly, knowing there was no way he could fool Umo and the other saints here. Boy, you sure know how to stir up trouble, actually provoking such a powerful enemy. You being able to live until today is nothing short of a miracle. Do you think I intentionally go around making powerful enemies? Yang Kai grumbled indignantly. If he hadn't inadvertently learned those 39 Heavens divine skills from Linger and become stained with her aura, Saintess Nan wouldn't be targeting him like this. UMO, this aura of that person is a little weird. Gu-man frowned as he carefully probed the approaching master, feeling that the death chi aura coming from them was far too heavy and that they lacked any kind of vitality a living person should have. Shaking his head, he asked, "What should we do?" "Quickly capture this little brat first." UMO didn't dare to delay and immediately tried to seize the initiative. No matter how odd this newcomer's aura was, UMO was certain they possessed terrifying strength. Even if he and Gu-man joined forces, it was unlikely they'd be able to defeat this person. Delaying here would only bring them more troubles. "Don't bother. I'll go with you," Xianxia said freely and easily, his attitude taking a complete 180-degree turn. If he went with UMO and the others, there was a chance he could survive. Staying here would only mean certain death. Right now, he still didn't have the ability to resist Saintess Nan. "Seems you know your limits, boy?" UMO nodded lightly, expressing satisfaction, but soon his look changed again, a bitter smile appearing on his face. "I'm afraid it's too late though. This person is too fast." Just as these words left his lips, from the dark rolling cloud which was still a fair distance away, a hand seemingly carved of the finest jade stretched out towards them. As this jade-like hand reached towards them, it grew larger and larger until eventually it seemed to cover the entire sky, blocking out all traces of light. Heaven-covering hand. The hand that can cover the heavens. The demon race masters all began cursing while Xianxia hastily retreated from this place together with Linger. Honk. The earth shook and the patch of jungle that Gu-man and the others had previously hidden in was blown away, leaving behind only a dozen-kilometer-long palm print. It was as if the region had been struck by some kind of natural disaster. The wind whipped and sand and dust flew in every direction. A few of the demon race masters with bad luck were unable to escape and were flattened on the spot. Everyone else, by pushing their strength to its limits, barely managed to avoid this calamity. UMO and Gu-man gathered together, both their faces unsightly. Even though the two of them already knew the strength of the approaching person was higher than their own, it wasn't until the other side attacked that they discovered they had still underestimated this person. Second-order saint. This person had at least reached such a realm. Standing mid-air, UMO and Gu-man didn't show any fighting intent, only wishing they could quickly flee from this place. But they didn't dare make any rash movements because ever since that huge palm had been thrown at them, a powerful divine sense had locked onto their bodies. Once they tried to escape, they would certainly be greeted by a ruthless attack. Both of them took a deep breath and turned their eyes towards a certain spot in the distance. From the direction they were staring, the graceful figure of a woman dressed in a long white dress was slowly approaching. She had exquisite looks and a noble and holy temperament, a rare beauty. But at the moment, her expression was faint, and there was a thick death chi between her brows, making her complexion appear somewhat dark. From her, UMO and Gu-man couldn't feel the slightest trace of life. As she walked forward, energy gathered at her slender fingertips, quickly shaping into sharp blades that shot towards everyone around her. The demon race cultivators below the Saint Realm didn't have the slightest ability to resist and within a few breaths had all been killed by this woman. Seeing this, Gu-man's eyes went red as he shouted, "Whore! You dare attack my Gu-man's people?" UMO also wore a gloomy expression as he shouted out, "Damn woman!" Not even saying a word before indiscriminately killing everyone in sight. "Don't you think you're going too far?" Facing the angry roars of these two men, Saintess Nan didn't respond at all and simply continued to leisurely step forward, her beautiful eyes not even blinking. In his heart, Xianxia cheered while maintaining a solemn look upon his face. Saintess Nan was already dead and obviously wouldn't respond no matter what UMO and Gu-man said, so naturally Xianxia was happy to sit back and watch them confront one another. The only problem now was how to escape from this previous generation saintess. Even if UMO and Gu-man worked together to intercept her, Xianxia estimated that they wouldn't be able to block her for long. Still standing in midair, as they watched Saintess Nan approach, the hairs on UMO and Gu-man's necks all stood on end, the two of them quickly exchanging a glance before condensing their strength. They knew that today, they could not avoid fighting this woman. Even Feng Biao, who had so far been sitting back and observing, began to prepare himself. He too had been locked onto by Saintess Nan's divine sense, so if he wanted to live, he could only temporarily join forces with Umo and Gu Man to resist her. The three First Order saints immediately gathered together and relaxed slightly. Even if they couldn't defeat Saintess Nan, working together, they shouldn't have too much trouble escaping her. A moment later, when Saintess Nan had approached within 300 meters of them, a thick demonic chi burst out from the three demon race saints, each of them using their full strength to launch a preemptive strike. In response, a giant sword appeared in the sky and immediately slashed down towards the three demon race saints, carrying with it an earth-shattering power. Profound heavenly sword. This giant sword projected an overwhelming power, causing Umo, Gu Man, and Feng Biao to tremble in fear. The three Saint Realm Masters from the demon race didn't know anything about their opponent, and instantly found themselves embroiled in a difficult struggle with Saintess Nan. Although there were three of them, Saintess Nan's cultivation was higher than their own by a minor realm, so she wasn't at any kind of disadvantage. Seeing this, Yang Kai was overjoyed. Without a word, he quickly pulled an Linger and began escaping. That damned brat. Umo saw this but couldn't do anything about it, grinding his teeth angrily. He knew that he wouldn't be able to complete his task this time and thus directed his anger towards Saintess Nan, even summoning his Saint Grade artifact and launching one ruthless blow after another towards her. After the time it would take to burn half a stick of incense, Yang Kai and Enlinger had managed to flee about 100 kilometers, but with this much distance between them, they could still feel the fallout from the battle of the four Saint Realm Masters, causing them a bit of lingering fear. Yang Kai had always felt that there was some kind of fundamental difference between the Saint Realm and Transcendent Realm. Yang Kai sensed that the energy flowing in every one of the Saint Realm Masters he had met was somewhat different from the true chi flowing through his meridians. Not having arrived at such a height, Yang Kai didn't know much about the secrets of the Saint Realm, so he could only wait and ask about it later. And Linger suddenly shouted, narrowing her eyes as she stared towards a spot in the distance, seemingly sensing something. At the same time, Yang Kai's expression also sank. Using his divine sense, he had discovered several tyrannical presences in front of them that were rapidly approaching. The auras of these people were no weaker than Umo's, and one of them was even comparable to Saintess Nan's. In this remote wilderness, suddenly encountering so many Saint Realm Masters was not something Yang Kai could simply ignore. Just as Yang Kai wanted to draw and linger away from the approaching masters, the latter suddenly smiled and her expression relaxed. "It's my Holy Land's people." Yang Kai was shocked. "We're saved. It must be a team led by Great Elder Su Hui." Hearing what Enlinger just said, Yang Kai's brow wrinkled. Calling all of this a coincidence was a bit of a stretch. However, when he thought about it, if it really was a group of masters from Nine Heaven's Holy Land, they only needed to follow Saintess Nan and they could sooner or later find Enlinger, the premise being that Enlinger was still alive, of course. Yang Kai's first instinct was to escape. He really didn't want to have any contact with the people from Nine Heaven's Holy Land, but as soon as this idea came up, he immediately dismissed it. If he were to suddenly flee at this time, it would only cause the approaching group of masters to be suspicious. Also, Yang Kai wasn't sure what Saintess Nan would do after he separated from Enlinger. If Saintess Nan were to disregard Umo and the other demon race saints and instead chase after him, he wouldn't be able to resist. In this situation, Yang Kai's safest choice was undoubtedly to meet with the masters ahead. "Enlinger," Yang Kai suddenly whispered. During this time, how have I treated you? How have you treated me?" Enlinger was stunned by this question, quickly recalling the events of the past few months, her cheeks blushing slight as she replied softly, "Very good." Whether it was the exploration of the ancient ruins, the time spent in the mysterious small world, or their stay in the demon land, Yang Kai had always taken very good care of her. Even during the times it was difficult for him alone to escape, he had never abandoned her. The two of them sharing trials and tribulations together for nearly a year. Enlinger has long ago regarded Yang Kai as someone she could trust with her life. "Then do me a favor. When we meet your Holy Lands people, Don't mention anything about me becoming a Holy Master candidate or about me learning 3 of the 9 heavens divine skills from you. You don't want to become Holy Master? And Linger clearly understood Yang Kai's intentions behind this request. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I've told you many times before, even if I don't become your Holy Master, I can still reach that height. If I become your Holy Land's Holy Master, I'm afraid it won't even be 300 years before I become a pile of bones. I absolutely reject that kind of future as it will make many people sad. Would those people happen to be women? And Linger whispered, his voice containing a hint of bitterness. Ahem. Only 1 or 2. Yang Kai's face became awkward. Good. Since you so firmly reject the idea, I won't say any more. When we reach a safe place, you should find a way to leave on your own. I don't think Great Elder and the others will try to embarrass you. And Linger pursed her lips slightly. Yang Kai nodded, his pace remaining unchanged, flying straight ahead to rendezvous with the approaching group of masters. As the two were speaking, several power divine senses swept towards them. After only a brief examination, these divine senses revealed a hint of joy and excitement, clearly identifying Linger's life aura. A few moments later, a few indistinct figures appeared in Yang Kai's eyes, and from the distance a voice called out, "Is that you, Your Highness Saintess?" "Great Elder," and Linger responded quickly. "It really is Your Highness Saintess." The figures immediately sped up and in the blink of an eye arrived in front of Yang Kai and Linger. For saints, leading this group was the so-called Great Elder Su Hui. The one Linger said was a second-order saint no worse than Saintess Nan. He was a slightly older man with sharp eyes and a temperate demeanor. Behind him, there were 3 other saints, which should be masters from 9 Heavens' Holy Land. This kind of tyrannical lineup showed just how rich 9 Heavens' Holy Land's heritage was. After all, if the old Holy Master and Saintess Nan were still alive, there would be 2 more top-level masters in this Holy Land. Soaring Heaven Sect was considered a powerful force, but it only had 2 Saint Realm Masters. Chu Ling Xiao and another old martial uncle Yang Kai had never met before. Compared to 9 Heavens' Holy Land, Soaring Heaven Sect was a bit weaker. With this kind of background, 9 Heavens' Holy Land could be considered an extremely powerful and influential force in Tongxian Realm, but after the old Holy Master and Saintess Nan fell, 9 Heavens' Holy Land's strength should have fallen greatly. This is surely the blessings of the old Holy Master's soul in heaven. Your Highness Saintess is really safe. Su Hui quickly cupped his fists and bowed, looking as if a great burden had been lifted from his shoulders. The other 3 masters also showed similar expressions. It was obvious how worried they were about Linger's safety, quickly inquiring about her well-being the moment they met her. Linger waved her hand lightly and assured them she was all right. As they spoke, the eyes of Great Elder Su Hui suddenly shifted to Yang Kai, a look of approval flashing across his face as he asked, "Then this should be the future Holy Master?" Yang Kai's face changed slightly, his brow furrowing. This old man saying such words the moment they met had caught him off guard. Linger was also taken aback and quickly shook her head. "No, Great Elder, you're mistaken. Ho, Your Highness Saintess doesn't have to explain. Everything that happened back in the 7 Family Alliances archipelago, we have heard about from Qian Ning," Su Hui quickly said, revealing a look of appreciation and satisfaction. So young yet able to comprehend several 9 Heavens' divine skills all at once. This is a feat no previous Holy Master has ever achieved. Yang Kai was even more shocked now, but he managed to maintain an indifferent expression, showing no intention to speak. Instead, it was Linger who asked anxiously, "Did Uncle Qian survive?" Back in that remote archipelago, in order to buy time for Yang Kai and Linger to get away, Qian Ning and the other 9 Heavens' Holy Land Masters had launched a suicide attack against Saintess Nan. Yang Kai witnessed Saintess Nan kill these masters, leaving not even bones behind, so logically there was no way they could have survived. Indeed, Su Hui shook his head and explained, "He died. Everyone from that expedition team, with the exception of Your Highness Saintess, died. However, before he fell, Qian Ning managed to send out a message. It was because of this that we learned that the future Holy Master had been found. Ever since then, We have been chasing after Saintess Nan, hoping we would one day find the two of you." This was basically the same as what Yang Kai guessed had happened. But when he thought about Qian Ning, he couldn't help grinding his teeth. If he was determined to die, then he should have just died. But in his last moments he had actually caused so much trouble. His death really wasn't worth pitying. And Linger snuck a peek at Yang Kai, and seeing the unhappy look on his face, she couldn't help worrying, uncertain of what she should do in this situation. "This isn't a place we should stay for long. We must quickly leave." Su Hui quickly swept his eyes around as he hurriedly urged. The other saints also nodded in agreement. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled and finally spoke. "Saintess Nan, do you plan to just ignore her?" Su Hui smiled awkwardly and replied, "Saying this will likely make you laugh, but I may not be Saintess Nan's opponent, so even if we want to stop her, we can't. Then, from now on, she will always chase after me and Linger," Yang Kai said in a disgruntled tone. "Once we return to the Holy Land, that won't be an issue. Once you enter the Holy Land, Saintess Nan will no longer pursue." One of the other Saint Realm Masters quickly said, "That is why we must swiftly return to the Holy Land," Su Hui explained, speaking as politely as possible to Yang Kai, seemingly quite respectful towards him. The other saints also showed a polite attitude. So although Yang Kai was unhappy about the situation and didn't want to have anything to do with Nine Heavens' Holy Land, for now he could only agree to follow them back. Yang Kai decided to observe the situation for now. If on the road things took a turn for the worse, he would immediately separate from this group and not appear before anyone from Nine Heavens' Holy Land until he fully matured. But Su Hui and the other saints here knew he had studied several of the Nine Heavens' divine skills. So Yang Kai worried they wouldn't easily let him leave, causing him quite some headache. Seeing him not object, Su Hui's expression relaxed and quickly wrapped Yang Kai and Linger in his true chi before flying off. A short time later, their group left the demon land. Saintess Nan's divine sense, which had been locked onto Yang Kai and Linger, was also cut off because of the increasing distance. It was only now that Yang Kai breathed a slight sigh of relief. As they flew along, Su Hui appeared calm and composed, but in reality, he was secretly observing Yang Kai, a sense of amazement filling his heart as he did. He could see that Linger seemed to care deeply about Yang Kai, and not as a saintess concerned about a future holy master, but as a woman concerned about a man. From time to time, when Yang Kai revealed a sullen or dignified expression, Linger would appear panicked and her pulse would race. This future holy master was really quite extraordinary. Who Linger was, Su Hui knew better than anyone else. Which saintess cultivated by the Holy Land didn't have eyes atop their head. This future holy master actually being able to so quickly capture Her Highness Saintess Heart fully explained how great his charm and methods were. From this point alone, it could be seen this young man had gained Her Highness Saintess' full approval. What was even more commendable, though, was this young man's cultivation. He was actually already a second-order transcendent. All this time, Su Hui had been speculating about what kind of cultivation the future Holy Master currently had, feeling like it wouldn't matter even if he was only reached the immortal ascension boundary. With the Holy Land resources and dedicated cultivation, it would only take a few dozen years for him to reach the peak of the martial Tao, but reality had given Su Hui a pleasant surprise. Such a young second-order transcendent was a rarity throughout the entire continent. Thinking about the message left by Qian Ning before his death, Su Hui couldn't help but smile. The more he looked at Yang Kai, the more pleasing he appeared to the eye. "Right, Your Highness Saintess, how did you escape from the Seven Family Alliance archipelago?" "As far as I know, that entire island chain was destroyed by Saintess Nan, and there were almost no survivors," Su Hui asked curiously, and Linger glanced over at and upon seeing him nod. She began narrating what happened in the ancient ruins beneath the sea. "A void corridor?" Su Hui brow rose, celebrating in the next breath. "The heavens truly must be blessing my holy land. So, when you came out of the void corridor, you found yourselves in the demon land." Yang Kai nodded quickly, fearing Linger would let slip what happened in the mysterious small world. "After arriving in the demon land, we accidentally fell into the hands of Xueli, and only managed to escape a few days ago. Demon General Xueli? Su Hui paled at the mere mention of this name, the other three saints also showing looks of shock. As if they couldn't believe Yang Kai and Enlinger could actually escape from such a master, causing them to greatly admire this pair of juniors. All of them couldn't help thinking to themselves at that moment that if they fell into the hands of Xueli, they would certainly have become prisoners for the rest of their lives. Thinking so, the Saint Realm Masters of Nine Heavens Holy Land treated Yang Kai, this future Holy Master, even more respectfully. Flying past famous mountains and rivers, Su Hui and the other saints never once slowed down, crossing several tens of thousands of kilometers every day, having long escaped from Saintess Nan's pursuit. On the way, Su Hui casually inquired about Yang Kai's origins. Upon learning that he was actually from Soaring Heaven Sect, Su Hui felt a little surprised. Soaring Heaven Sect was also considered a powerful force. However, it was quite far from Nine Heavens Holy Land, so they had next to no interactions with one another. Soaring Heaven Sect also recently experienced a massive increase in strength. It seems that they all of a sudden had 4 new saints. At the mention of Soaring Heaven Sect, one of the old men from the Nine Heavens Holy Land team couldn't help shouting. Right now, their overall strength may actually be above our Holy Land. 4 new saints. Yang Kai smiled slightly upon hearing these words, immediately thinking of Tsang Yen, Fei Yu, and his other martial uncles. It seems like the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower from Floating Cloud City really helped them break through. I also heard about that. It is said that those 4 went to Floating Cloud City along with an alchemist nearly 2 years ago to compete for the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid. If I remember correctly, the alchemist who accompanied them was a young man. His description is somewhat similar to the future Holy Master. Saying so, Su Hui turned a meaningful look towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression, however, remained indifferent, as if he simply hadn't heard what was said. Right now, no matter what Yang Kai said, it would only cause more suspicion. This old man Su Hui had obviously already had some guesses of his own. However, this old man wasn't malicious towards him, so Yang Kai was temporarily not worried. Seeing Yang Kai not respond, Su Hui just smiled lightly. There's no need to envy others. My holy land has a new holy master, so it won't be long before our strength recovers to its peak, possibly even growing beyond that. Yes, that's right. The crowd quickly shouted out in agreement, all of them seeming to have great expectations for Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned at this and solemnly said, Seniors, I have no desire to inherit the position of Holy Master. Once we reach a safe place, I plan to leave. Ah! Su Hui was stunned. You don't wish to become Holy Master? Yang Kai nodded. I have already spoken with Enlinger about this many times. I learned 3 of your 9 heavens divine skills without understanding the implications of doing so. From now on, I can swear not to use these 3 divine skills. A few people suddenly found themselves unable to say anything. Enlinger bit her lip lightly and added, I have a lot of responsibility for this matter. He did not intentionally learn my Holy Land's divine skills. If you wish to blame someone, please only blame me. Su Hui frowned. Glancing back and forth between Yang Kai and Enlinger, his thoughts were unreadable. Suddenly smiling, he said, Let's not discuss this matter right now. Seeing how little brother is from Soaring Heaven Sect, we will not embarrass you. If it is convenient, let us first return to the Holy Land so we may properly entertain little brother. After having a look at the Holy Land with your own eyes, if little brother still insists on leaving, we won't force you to remain. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and knew that in front of so many Saint Realm Masters, he couldn't just refuse. Once he rejected their offer, it was likely they would instead use forceful means to detain him. Although they wouldn't harm him, they would definitely find a way to bring him back to Nine Heavens Holy Land. Su Hui had already made the biggest concession he could hear. Given his status and strength, if he really decided to force Yang Kai to come with them, it would be impossible for Yang Kai to resist. This alone illustrated Su Hui's sincerity. Good. Yang Kai nodded lightly, wanting to avoid any further disputes for the time being. Seeing him agree like this, Enlinger couldn't help showing a happy smile. The group continued forward. Different from the previous harmonious atmosphere though, after learning that Yang Kai did not intend to become the new Holy Master, Su Hui and the other three saints suddenly fell silent, constantly meeting eyes while exchanging messages with their divine senses, seemingly discussing something. Yang Kai noticed this but pretended not to. A short time later, the four saints suddenly began chattering incessantly, describing the power and heritage of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, obviously trying to seduce Yang Kai by explaining all the benefits he could receive by becoming Holy Master. Yang Kai allowed them to carry on until their tongues grew tired, treating their words like the passing wind, never showing the slightest bit of interest, causing Su Hui and the others to feel somewhat helpless. However, from their descriptions, Yang Kai gained a better understanding of just how monstrous this force was. Although each Nine Heavens Holy Land Holy Master did not live a long life, every one of them became a peak third-order saint. As long as it possessed a third-order saint, any force would be considered a top force. Moreover, the way the Holy Master cultivated was different from ordinary cultivators. Inside the Holy Land, there were some places where only the Holy Master could enter. In these sacred grounds, the Holy Master's strength would grow extremely quickly. How this worked, though, was something of a mystery to Su Hui and the other saints. With multiple saintesses assisting him cultivation, as many as 8 and as few as 3, it was difficult for each Holy Master's strength to not improve rapidly. Every saintess was carefully selected, each one possessing superior aptitude and beauty. These saintesses were also completely obedient towards their Holy Master. It could be said that as long as one became Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, not only could he enjoy having 3 wives and 4 concubines, but he could also rise to the peak of this world in terms of strength and status. The only drawback was limited longevity. Not only was the lifespan of each Holy Master short, so too were the lives of his saintesses. The previous Holy Master originally had 6 saintesses, but over the past 50 years, 5 of them had fallen, leaving behind only Saintess Nan. When the old Holy Master died, Saintess Nan also fell. The previous generation's Holy Master and Saintess had all passed on. So now all hope for the Holy Land was pinned on Yang Kai and Enlinger. How could Su Hui and the others possibly allow Yang Kai to so easily leave? Great Elder, what about Xiao Lian and the others? Enlinger realized something from Su Hui's words and couldn't help asking. Su Hui's expression immediately became gloomy, and he hesitated for a while before replying. All of them died. Of this generation's 4 saintesses, only you remain. The other 3 were killed by Saintess Nan. Ah! Enlinger covered her mouth as her eyes filled with tears. She had held out some hope that her sisters had also found appropriate candidates to become the new Holy Master, which would allow Great Elder Su Hui to not force Yang Kai into the position. But those hopes were dashed now by this sad news. But thinking about it carefully, none of the Saintess teams had a Saint Realm Master with them. So once they were discovered by Saintess Nan, there would be no way they could escape. She was extremely fortunate to have met Yang Kai and to have coincidentally learned about the existence of a void corridor. If not for those 2 strokes of luck, her fate would likely have been the same as her 3 sister saintesses. I am deeply sorry, Your Highness Saintess, Su Hui quickly consoled. As such, the Holy Land's future depends on the 2 of you. Saying so, he quickly turned to face Yang Kai. Little brother, please excuse this old master for being so frank, but if little brother refuses to accept the position of Holy Master, I'm afraid within 100 years the Holy Land will disappear. Su Hui's words were spoken in a very earnest and dignified tone. The other 3 saints also quickly pleaded. We too must ask little brother to accept our rude request. The Holy Land's inheritance cannot end with our generation. Yang Kai gently sighed as he stared off into the distance. The tides rise and fall, flowers blossom and wilt. Such is the way of the world. No force can survive forever. Even someone as strong as the great demon god has faded into the annals of history. And someone suited to become Holy Master are not limited to just me, are they? It's just that Enlinger has not found another candidate yet. Little brother apparently doesn't know the whole story. Otherwise you would not say such words. Each of our Holy Land saintesses can only choose one candidate to become the next Holy Master. Once she had chosen, she will never be able to sense another potential candidate. What you mean to say is that in this world, only I can become your new holy master. Yang Kai frowned, suddenly feeling like the situation had become difficult. Su Hui and the others all nodded solemnly. If little brother does not agree, then our 9 heavens holy land can only wait for its demise. Little brother, we beg of you, please inherit the position of holy master. Don't try to force me. Forcing me will make me angry. Yang Kai shot them a stern look. Su Hui's expression changed and quickly waved his hands. We wouldn't dare. Seeing Yang Kai growing impatient, and Linger quickly said, Didn't Great Elder just say we wouldn't discuss this matter for now? Why are you bringing it up again? Su Hui smiled awkwardly as he said embarrassedly, This old man was impatient just now. Please don't mind me. Little brother, let us first return to the Holy Land and allow little brother to experience our Holy Land's culture and livelihood. This old man will certainly entertain you well. And at this pace we should arrive within 3 to 5 days. Another person quickly chimed in. Beautiful scenery all around. Extremely rich world energy. Subtle barriers and formations scattered in and around the surrounding mountains, isolating this stretch of land from the outside world. 9 heavens holy land. This ancient force had exited for countless centuries, leaving behind an illustrious history. Its strength was outstanding, with few sects throughout Tongxian realm being its equal. However, when Yang Kai arrived here for the first time, he felt that this holy land was submerged in a somber atmosphere, probably because the old holy master had died and the new holy master had yet to appear. 9 heavens holy land, like Soaring Heaven sect, was situated amongst a mountain range, but unlike Soaring Heaven sect's 100 Peaks formation, 9 heavens holy land only had a 9 peaks formation. Although this number was relatively small, the arrangement of these 9 mountains had a great agreement with the heavenly way, so the spirit array based on them was no worse than Soaring Heaven sect's. In fact, it was even stronger. Whether it was defensive strength or the rate at which it gathered world energy, this 9 peaks formation was superior to the 100's peaks formation. Amidst these 9 spirit peaks, beautiful palaces were scattered about, providing enough shelter for over 10,000 disciples. The entire 9 heavens holy land was like a paradise, brimming with life and vitality. When Su Hui and the other saints brought Yang Kai and Enlinger back to the Holy Land, they didn't bother concealing themselves and instead landed right in the center of the Holy Land's great square, as if trying to announce their presence. The old man then leading the way towards a magnificent palace. On both sides of the road, a large number of the Holy Land's disciples rushed over to respectfully greet Su Hui and the other saints. Upon seeing Enlinger's figure, these disciples would all loudly and enthusiastically call her name while wearing near fanatically expressions regardless of whether they were male, female, young, or old. As the only unfamiliar face, Yang Kai also gathered a fair amount of attention. Such a young man, being respectfully escorted by Great Elder Su Hui and the other sect elders, it was easy for these Holy Land disciples to infer this newcomer's identity. Whispers immediately spread throughout the crowd as the various disciples of 9 heavens Holy Land quietly pointed to Yang Kai, all of them spiritedly discussing whether this youth was the new holy master the saintess had found, their faces filled with a mix of excitement and curiosity. It was as if as long as Yang Kai succeeded the position of holy master, 9 heavens Holy Land would be saved. Those who had slightly better vision and had determined the truth of the matter even began respectfully cupping their fists and bowing to Yang Kai. Yang Kai, on the other hand, showed no response, remaining as indifferent as always. Su Hui and the other saints secretly nodded their heads upon seeing this, their evaluation of Yang Kai rising even further. Although Yang Kai was a disciple of Soaring Heaven sect, he was still a young man. They had deliberately led him along this path to allow him to experience the wealth and prosperity of the Holy Land as well as evaluate the strength of its disciples. However, even in the face of all of this, Yang Kai had not shown any signs of panic or fluster and remained perfectly calm, as if he had experienced great winds and waves, allowing Su Hui and the other saints to hold him in high esteem. This future holy master's mental strength and temperament were both extraordinary. Su Hui and the others all silently exchanged glances, becoming even more determined to make this youth inherit the position of Holy Master. The entire way was filled with great hustle and bustle. In front of Xianxia was a grand palace built of precious stone, with many magnificent columns upon which were carved vivid images of dragons and phoenixes. When they arrived here, Su Hui turned around and waved his hand gently. The spectating Holy Land disciples saw this and quickly dispersed, each of them still carrying much curiosity and doubt in their hearts, wondering who this unnamed youth was and whether or not he would inherit the position of Holy Master and save the Holy Land from its current predicament. "Little brother, please." Su Hui lowered his head slightly in a respectful manner. Xianxia sighed reluctantly and frowned. "Senior, I have simply come to the Holy Land as a guest. Is there any need to be so formal?" Hearing this, Su Hui understood that Xianxia was still reluctant to accept the Holy Land, smiling lightly as he nodded. "What little brother said is right. Let us go together." Once inside the palace, under the arrangement of Su Hui, everyone was seated around a magnificent table and soon, a grand banquet was prepared. Just from looking at it, it was clear that Su Hui and the other elders were giving Xianxia a welcoming reception. At the banquet, Xianxia didn't show any urgency or nervousness, as if he was just an ordinary passerby, only exchanging a few toasts with Su Hui while enjoying the lively scene. Xianxia found that it was actually quite easy to get along with this old man as long as the latter didn't mention anything about the Holy Land or Holy Master. Su Hui's strength was high and his background was not shallow, but he was still friendly and approachable. However, Xianxia knew that this was because this old man was trying to build a good rapport. If Xianxia was just some other youth, it was unlikely Su Hui would be behaving so patiently with him. As wine was served, a group of young girls were called in to perform various songs and dances. These girls were all quite beautiful and wore thin, yet tasteful robes, revealing just enough to entice one's fantasies. With a variety of temperaments, yet all showing a refined grace, these young girls were a dazzling sight to behold. Xianxia appreciated this show very much, but his vision remained clear throughout, without the slightest obscene light. Sitting beside him, and Linger saw this and couldn't help smiling with satisfaction. After some excitement, the banquet wound down and Su Hui and the others also took their leave, never once mentioning anything about the Holy Master position to Xianxia, appointing a maidservant to lead him to his room. Xianxia was taken to a giant room in one of the palace's wings, its floor covered in luxurious carpeting, and its walls decorated with exquisite stones which provided soft lighting. There was an incense burner in its center that gave off a gentle scent that caused one to relax and feel their tension melt away. "Young lord, do you wish to bathe? There is a large pool in the adjacent room with warm water already prepared," the maidservant asked softly. Xianxia glanced over at her briefly before slowly shaking his head and signaling for her to draw back. The maidservant politely nodded, bowed, and then retired. After waiting for this young girl to leave, Xianxia walked over to the door, opened it, and looked at the somewhat hesitant Linger who was outside. "Why are you just standing out here? Come inside." "Ah, and Linger nodded and slowly stepped inside. "You came at just the right time. I wanted to talk to you about something," Xianxia said, grabbing hold of Linger's hand and bringing her over to the bed. Linger's face blushed slightly, but she didn't put up any resistance and simply let Xianxia lead her around. A moment later, sitting on the edge of the bed, she wore a somewhat flustered expression but still managed to maintain her calm. Xianxia also sat down on the bed, turned to look at her and smiled bitterly. "Su Hui showing me off to your Holy Land's disciples and bringing in a group of dancers to seduce me. Obviously, he doesn't have any good intentions. Great Elder just wants you to inherit the position of Holy Master. Why do you make it sound so insidious? Also, those girls weren't mere dancers. They are all excellent disciples of my Holy Land who have gone through a strict selection process. Only when the most distinguished of guests arrive will they be called out to perform." And Linger bit her lip gentle, a slight bit of resentment appearing on her face as she asked once more, "You really don't want to become Holy Master?" "I don't." Xianxia shook his head firmly before wrinkling his brow. "Tell me honestly, is what Su Hui said before really true? What? After you chose me, you can no longer choose another?" and Linger paused for a moment before gently nodding. Your holy land is really strange, regardless of how you think about it. I'm just an outsider. How can you hand over such an important position like Holy Master to a strange? Why don't you just select a candidate from within your own ranks? And Linger simply smiled softly. This has been our custom since ancient times. I think you've heard by now that every Holy Master of our Holy Land has been brought back by us saintesses from the outside world. Yes. And while that is basically the case, there was one exception. If I recall correctly, the Holy Land's ancient records state that about 900 years ago, the new Holy Master was actually a disciple of the Holy Land. At that time, several saintesses reacted to him, so he was chosen as the new Holy Master. But since then, such a situation has not occurred again. If a disciple of the Holy Land could become the next Holy Master, we saintesses wouldn't have had to go out searching for candidates. Then Xiao Lian and them. Suddenly recalling the fate of her sisters, and Linger's eyes became slightly red. I'm sorry. Yang Kai stuttered awkwardly, not knowing how he should comfort her, and Linger rubbed her eyes, took a deep breath, and calmed herself down, hesitating for a moment before continuing. If you insist on not becoming Holy Master, I will help you speak to Great Elder and the others. Don't bother, you'll just be wasting your time. Yang Kai shook his head. Since Su Hui has already determined that I am the only possible candidate now, no matter what you say, it won't work. Then what are you going to do? I don't know. Yang Kai sighed helplessly. Although Su Hui wouldn't dare use too forceful of an approach, he also wouldn't give up no matter what, causing Yang Kai no small headache. If it weren't for the life of each Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land being so short, Yang Kai probably wouldn't have any problem inheriting the position. After becoming Holy Master and increasing his strength to a certain point, he could just clean up Su Hui to solve the grudge in his heart. But the drawbacks of inheriting the position of Holy Master were enough to put Yang Kai off. And Linger looked somewhat embarrassed, her brow knitting slightly as she whispered, regardless of anything else, you should stay here for a while. Saintess Nen may be waiting outside. It's not safe for you to leave right now. Wait a few days and then take a look at the situation again. Good. It seems that's the only choice. Yang Kai nodded. Right? I'll have to trouble you to send a message to Soaring Heaven Sect telling them that I am well so they don't worry. Rest assured. I'll certainly relay your message. And Linger nodded. Thank you. No need to be polite. And Linger smiled, her mood becoming slightly better, leisurely standing up as she said, Then you rest for now, I'll head back first. If you need anything, just tell me. I'll let Su Hui arrange it for you. After Linger left, Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he quietly released his divine sense into his surroundings. As Yang Kai expected, the palace had a large number of masters hidden just outside, quietly monitoring his every move. Yang Kai snickered but didn't care. He knew that Su Hui would make sure of such arrangements. However, he had no plans to leave Nine Heavens' Holy Land right for the moment. Just as Linger said, Saintess Nen may be waiting outside. Leaving the Nine Peaks barrier now would be akin to walking into a death trap. Before he could come up with some practical way to evade Saintess Nan, Yang Kai didn't want to act rashly. The people of Nine Heavens' Holy Land didn't have any malicious intent towards him. They simply wanted him to assume the position of Holy Master. So long as he continued to stubbornly refuse, they probably would have no way to force him. In short, this was a battle of wills. In the meantime, Yang Kai felt he could take advantage of this opportunity to consolidate his cultivation after his most recent breakthrough. Having decided on his short-term course of action, Yang Kai's mood noticeably improved. Using his divine sense to penetrate every inch of his body, Yang Kai carefully examined all the changes his true chi and physique had undergone. After breaking through to the second-order transcendent realm, Yang Kai felt that his true chi's density and purity had improved significantly once again. In that last life or death fight, his physical body had also become sturdier. His spiritual energy had also undergone a kind of sublimation. Under the constant nourishment of the six-colored soul-warming lotus, the growth Yang Kai's soul had experienced as a result of this breakthrough was quite gratifying. Right now, Yang Kai felt that even in a frontal collision, his spiritual energy strength wouldn't be weaker than that of a first-order saint. Coupled with the potency of his conflagrated knowledge, if an ordinary first-order saint really tried to fight with him in this way, Xianxia felt he would be the one to come out on top. This comprehensive rise in strength greatly increased Xianxia's confidence. This past year filled with setbacks and misfortune had been like a driving force pushing him to become stronger. Any master in a life-or-death battle would be able to gain insights he would otherwise be unable to acquire. Only by pushing oneself to the edge of death could some things be understood. It could be said that every true master had experienced many life-or-death situations, allowing them to temper their spirit, which in turn gave them the will to survive and pursue greater heights of the martial Tao. The spoiled children who grew up in greenhouses, sheltered from such trials and tribulations, would no doubt be able to advance smoothly and rapidly upon the road paved for them, but upon encountering even the slightest setback, would become lost and fade from glory. Xianxia obviously belonged to the former type. Since he began to cultivate, his path had been filled with thorns, and only by dragging his broken and bloodied body through many life and death crises had he achieved strength far beyond his peers. Everything Xianxia now possessed had been won through his own efforts, his strength the result of steadfast determination and hard work, not just luck. Realizing all of this, Xianxia's mentality had gradually undergone some subtle changes, becoming more confident and feeling that as long as he was given enough time, he could rise to the peak of the martial Tao and overlook all mortal beings. Calming himself, Xianxia continued to examine the changes in his body. What surprised him the most was that the golden blood flowing through his veins seemed to be much more concentrated than before. Both Li Rong and Han Fei had said that once his blood became completely golden in color, it would be equivalent to him possessing the blood of the great demon god and would allow him to manifest the great demon god's divine abilities. The great demon god was a legendary figure, a man recognized by the three clans as the first master under heaven. During his time, no one dared to challenge his majesty. The wondrous uses of the demon god's golden blood were endless. It was because the demon god's blood flowed through his veins that Xianxia's body was so steady and his physical strength had reached such an astonishing height. Xianxia could hardly imagine how strong his physique would become once the transformation of his blood was complete. The reason the ancient demon clan's bodies were so formidable was because they had inherited some blood from the great demon god. Compared to them, though, Xianxia's golden blood was undoubtedly the most orthodox inheritance and was thus far purer. As he immersed his consciousness into the black book space and communicated with the divine tree, Xianxia simultaneously circulated his secret art and began cultivating. Just as Xianxia was constantly growing, so too was the divine tree evolving. With Xianxia's permission, the divine tree had been absorbing a drop of myriad drug liquid every day. Thanks to this, its consciousness seemed to have become clearer and its intelligence was also rapidly increasing. Now, not only could it communicate clearly with Xianxia, it even began asking him questions. Like he was caring for a young child, Xianxia did his best to answer the divine tree's inquiries. Time flew by and suddenly more than 2 months had passed since Xianxia arrived in Nine Heaven's Holy Land. After spending so much time here, Xianxia had gradually become accustomed to Nine Heaven's Holy Land, and aside from not being able to leave easily, the treatment he received was quite good. Great Elder Su Hui and the other elders seemed to be receiving him as the highest grade of guest, not only sending him a large number of pills and elixirs to assist him in his cultivation, but also providing several young beautiful maidservants to tend to his day-to-day needs. They even brought Xianxia a large number of Nine Heaven's Holy Land's martial skills and secret arts for him to use as references. Aside from not touching any of the maidservants, Xianxia accepted what he could. He spent all his time diligently, allowing him to quickly consolidate his second-order transcendent cultivation. Su Hui and the other Saint Realm Masters would also visit Xianxia frequently to chat, though they tactfully avoided the subject of the Holy Master's succession. Occasionally, when they supposedly had free time, Su Hui or one of the other elders would bring Xianxia out to sightsee and allow him to experience the Holy Land's rich heritage and natural beauty. It was obvious they wanted to use such an approach to impress Xianxia, hoping he would take the initiative to accept the position of Holy Master. Unfortunately for them, even after 2 months of this, Xianxia's stance had not changed. causing Su Hui and the others to grow somewhat anxious. Atop one of the 9 spirit peaks, inside a majestic building, the Holy Land's elders and protectors gathered together for a discussion headed by Su Hui. 9 Heavens Holy Land's original lineup was incredibly strong, with the old Holy Master standing at the top with his third-order Saint Realm Cultivation, followed by Saintess Nan and Su Hui, who were second-order saints. Then finally the remaining elders and protectors Yuing, Luoshang Shi Kuan, Meng Tianfei, and Cheng Yutong. These 5 people were all first-order saints, Yuing and Cheng Yutong being women. A single force having so many Saint Realm Masters was extremely rare throughout Tongshen Realm. Great Elder, what is the attitude of the future Holy Master? A middle-aged beauty Yu-Ing asked. She wore a bright red dress that perfectly outlined her rich, mature body. Her skin was smooth and tender, and she possessed a graceful style that was complemented by a pair of bright and pure eyes. Listening to her question, everyone gathered here cast their eyes towards Su Hui with concern. In response, Su Hui frowned and sighed. He still shows an abundance of reluctance. Although I have never deliberately mentioned this matter during our time together, it is obvious he has no intention of becoming the Holy Land's next Holy Master. This boy is really quite interesting, Luo Shang said with an astonished look upon his face. Throughout the world, which young man doesn't want to become the Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land? It's like reaching the sky with a single step. Yet since he arrived here, he has always remained indifferent, as if we're trying to force some unwanted burden onto him. Pay attention to your words. That's the future Holy Master you're speaking of, not some random boy. Cheng Yutong, who wore a sleek white dress, coldly said to Luo Shang, the latter smiling awkwardly as he glanced over at Great Elder Su Hui. Upon finding the latter not looking angry, Lu Shang breathed a quiet sigh of relief. However, it truly is quite strange. Cheng Yutong frowned slightly. Is it possible he disdains to join our Holy Land? How can that be? Shi Kuan snorted. Although the old Holy Master has fallen, our Holy Land is still a great force, second to none in this world. Whether it is fame or heritage, it is far better than his soaring heaven sect. How could he not understand that? It is not impossible, Su Hui suddenly said. I personally took him to visit the Holy Land's various spirit peaks, while showing him the heritage of our Holy Land, and although he listened carefully and offered his praise, he never once showed the shock a young man his age should show, as if everything in his eyes was just fleeting clouds. Did that boy, the future Holy Master, really show such a reaction? Luo Shang asked curiously. Great Elder, do you know what he likes? If so, we can try to approach him by offering him that, Meng Tianfei suggested. The Holy Land cannot go one day without a Holy Master, yet it has already been over a year since the old Holy Master passed away. Fortunately, we have sought a future Holy Master and brought him back to the Holy Land, causing quite a stir amongst the disciple. Many of them are wondering when the Ascension ceremony will take place and have begun to ask questions. Such uncertainty has even started to affect their cultivation. The situation can't be left as is for much longer. Yuing also nodded. If we know what he likes, we can retain him. At the very least, we can let him have some sense of belonging to the Holy Land. Only by doing so can we guarantee the Holy Land's future prosperity. He likes strength. Su Hui's eyes flashed. After all my observations, I found that the only constant with him is his pursuit of power. Besides that, everything else for him seems superfluous. Even the maidservants I sent to serve him have failed to catch the slightest bit of his attention. There's actually a young man in this world who doesn't like beauties? Luo Shang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, as if he had just heard something unbelievable. Do you think everyone is like you? Obsessed with women? Yuing coldly snorted, her expression becoming unpleasant, causing Luo Shang's neck to shrink up. Could it be he likes Her Highness Saintess and is putting on such a performance for her? Cheng Yutong suddenly thought of a possibility. In front of a woman he favored, no man wanted to show off his ugly side. Many of them even often trying to appear noble and heroic in order to attract the other party's attention. If it was because of Saintess and Linger, Yang Kai acting so would not be unusual. Everyone gathered here was a seasoned person and understood this point. However, Su Hui just smiled bitterly. It's not like that. On the contrary, it is Her Highness Saintess who adores him, yet he seems to only treat her as a friend. Poor Linger. Yuing and Cheng Yutong both muttered, feeling somewhat mournful. The two of them had watched over Linger as she grew up, so naturally they had some sentiments towards her. The future Holy Master is no ordinary person. Su Hui suddenly said, I have never met such a young second-order transcendent before, have you? Everyone shook their heads. Soaring heaven sect. They've raised a rare genius. But it's strange we have never heard anything about him up till now. Such an outstanding youth should be famous throughout the world, yet he has somehow managed to remain hidden all this time. It's seriously incomprehensible. Moreover, he actually brought Her Highness Saintess and escaped from Demon General Xue Li's hands. I can't even imagine how he accomplished that. He also escaped from Saintess Nan's pursuit. As these words were spoken, everyone's heart quietly filled with shock one more. Having never discussed the matter, no one had paid it much mind, but thinking about it now, it was really an unbelievable feat. A second-order transcendent repeatedly escaping from Saint Realm Masters determined to capture or kill him, and even bringing another person along with him, this would only be possible with either heaven-defying luck or possessing astonishing methods. The people gathered here were more inclined to believe it was the latter of the two possibilities, making it even more difficult for them to estimate Yang Kai's real depths. Those who became Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land had come from all different walks of life, and their aptitudes had ranged from outstanding to below average. Therefore, even if a particular generation saintesses only brought back a low-level immortal Ascension boundary cultivator, Nine Heavens Holy Land was confident it could cultivate them into a top-level master, not to mention Yang Kai, whose aptitude and starting cultivation were simply 100 times better than that. In any case, we must find a way to let him inherit the position of Holy Master. Without the Holy Master's spirit ring, many critical locations in the Holy Land cannot be opened. This matter cannot be delayed any further, Su Hui suddenly declared firmly. But isn't he still unwilling? Yuing frowned, feeling the situation was somewhat awkward. So what if he's not willing? With so many Saint Realm Masters here, are you saying we can't even accomplish this? Shi Kuan said, evidently growing impatient. Do you want to use force? Yu Ying's eyes narrowed as she stared at Shi Kuan coldly. I also had such intentions. Su Hui let out a long breath. His manner is very firm, and continuing to wait won't help matters. Given that, we might as well take a gamble and send him into the Holy Tomb. As soon as this statement came out, everyone's brow wrinkled. It seemed that this Holy Tomb contained danger that caused even Saint Realm Master like them some anxiety. If he can't come out? Cheng Yutong asked, a hint of worry in her voice. Linger is the only saintess left in this generation, and she has already chosen him, so she won't be able to find a second candidate. If he fails to come out. If he can't come out, then my Holy Land can only seclude itself from the world and wait for the next generation of saintesses to mature. The next generation of saintesses had not even been selected yet, so it would be at least 20 years before they could mature. 20 years may not seem long, but if the Holy Land lacked a Holy Master, no one could obtain the old Holy Master Spirit Ring from the Holy Tomb, and many important places would be inaccessible. Not having access to these critical locations would be enough to bring down even a colossus like Nine Heavens Holy Land. This was the reason why for the past 2 months these saints had not dared to act rashly. But seeing Yang Kai remain so stubbornly opposed had caused Su Hui to think twice. But he has yet to fully comprehend all of the Nine Heavens' divine skills. How is he supposed to go inside? It is said that the Holy Tomb is the place where the Nine Heavens' divine skills were created, and one needs to be proficient in them in order to enter. He has learned 3 of the divine skills. That should be enough. This is all for my Nine Heavens Holy Land. Even if he is the future Holy Master, if he must be sacrificed, then we must not hesitate. Su Hui shouted. If he can come out smoothly, presumably he will be grateful for our decision today. Good. Shi Kuan, Meng Tianfei and the others nodded in agreement. No Holy Master had ever come out of the Holy Tomb and not had a sense of belonging to the Holy Land. The reason these holy masters who were brought back by the saintesses dedicated their lives to the Holy Land was inseparable from the secrets contained inside the Holy Tomb. Although no one here knew what exactly was hidden inside Holy Tomb, they were all well aware of this point. Yuying and Chang Yutong, the two middle-aged beauties, both had uncertain expressions on their faces, obviously not fully on board with this idea, but under the circumstances they knew not to raise any objections here. Having come to a consensus, this group of saints quickly took action, preparing to send Yang Kai into the Holy Tomb. The next day, Yang Kai, who was meditating inside the palace, opened his eyes upon perceiving Su Hui and the other elders approaching. Yang Kai also noticed that something was a little different this time. This time, the ones who had come weren't only the ones he had seen before, but even some he had never met before. Although they did their best to conceal it, Yang Kai could sense a kind of solemn and serious mood from these people's breathing and aura, causing him to become somewhat alert, not knowing what they were planning. A moment later, there was a knock at the door. After Yang Kai allowed them to enter, the door was pushed open and Su Hui and the other elders and protectors all stepped inside. Yang Kai couldn't help raising his brow, faintly feeling that Su Hui was about to tell him something important related to the Holy Master's position. If not, there would be no need to assemble all of the Holy Land's masters here. After exchanging greetings, Su Hui introduced Yang Kai to the other elders assembled here, Yang Kai politely greeting them in turn. What important matter does Great Elder have to discuss today? Yang Kai asked bluntly, making no attempt to hide his own wariness. Today, I want to ask little brother to accompany us to a certain place. Su Hui showed a faint smile and said kindly, I believe I have toured your entire 9 Peaks region. Are there still other places I've yet to see? And my Holy Land has a number of restricted areas that little brother isn't normally able to see. Today we wish to take you to one of them. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed and asked, since it is a restricted area, isn't it inappropriate for an outsider like me to visit it? Little brother is not an outsider, and on top of that, no one may enter this particular place except little brother. Su Hui replied solemnly. Oh! Yang Kai raised his brow. No one but I can enter. Does that mean that only those qualified to become Holy Master may enter this place you speak of? Heh. This matter, can I refuse? Su Hui's expression became somewhat embarrassed as he cupped his fists and said, I must ask little brother to forgive our forcefulness. Please accompany us. Yang Kai gently sneered, sweeping his eyes over the Saint Realm Masters in front of him. Secretly estimate what kind of chance he would have if he were to put up a resistance here, quickly dismissing the idea. There were simply too many people here, and each of them was a powerful saint. Yang Kai felt that even if he used his full strength, he wouldn't be able to escape from here. Considering all this, Yang Kai's look relaxed and shrugged his shoulders. Then, I must ask you to show me the way. Hearing this, everyone smiled happily, Su Hui especially as he quickly motioned. Please. Su Hui had thought that today there would have to deal with some unpleasantness with this future Holy Master, and had made up his mind to use whatever means necessary should Yang Kai resist to bring the latter to the Holy Tomb. So it came as a pleasant surprise when Yang Kai actually took a step back and agreed to go with them, allowing him to avoid an awkward situation. After all, if Su Hui were to displease the future Holy Master today, there was no telling what kind of retaliation he would face in the future. Once outside the palace, everyone surrounded Yang Kai and quickly flew towards one of the spirit peaks. This group appeared completely casual at the moment, but in fact, they were all paying close attention to Yang Kai's movements. Once he showed any signs of resistance, there was no doubt they would immediately take action against him. Great Elder, can you tell me where you're taking me this time? Yang Kai asked on the way. Su Hui hesitated for a moment before honestly replying, The Holy Tomb! Holy Tomb! Yang Kai was stunned. Why does that sound like some kind of burial place? You're not wrong. Su Hui nodded heavily. When each of my Holy Land's Holy Masters realize their time of death is approaching, they will enter the Holy Tomb. So it is indeed a burial ground. It is the resting place for all of my Holy Land's previous Holy Masters. Is it dangerous? Yang Kai asked with a smiling, seemingly just casually making conversation. For any of us, it truly is dangerous. Anyone who is not a candidate to become Holy Master will die if they enter. But for little brother, it can be thought of as a kind of final test. What do you mean? Su Hui once again hesitated to respond. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately said, "If you don't want to say, then don't bother. I don't have any interest in learning others' secrets, especially ones of such importance. The more one knows, the more dangerous it is for them." To Yang Kai's words, Su Hui smiled awkwardly. "It's not that it is impossible to say. Since things have reached this point, this old master won't hide anything from you. Little brother only knows that each new holy masters is brought back by the saintesses from the outside world. But what you may not know is that every time the saintesses go out to make a selection, more than one candidate is brought back. This is because my holy land has several saintesses in every generation, and each of them finds a holy master candidate according to their own vision and secret arts induction. Through the installment of each saintess, these candidates comprehend the 9 heavens' divine skills and then enter the holy tomb. Only the one who can return from the holy tomb alive will then become the true holy master. Then it seems I'm quite lucky. There's no one to compete with me this time," Yang Kai said sarcastically. Su Hui just laughed awkwardly and nodded. "You can say that. What's inside?" Yang Kai asked, his tone suddenly becoming serious. "This old master doesn't know. I only know that it is the place where all previous holy masters are buried. Other than that, I know nothing else about what is inside. Not only me. The other protectors and elders have no knowledge of what is contained inside the holy tomb, because only those who have learned the 9 heavens' divine skills are eligible to enter. So what you mean is, the 9 heavens' divine skills are the key to entering?" Yang Kai asked thoughtfully. "Most likely. However, what is certain is that there are real dangers inside. Little brother, once you enter, you must be careful. Negligence will only result in irredeemable accidents." Chang Yutong quickly added here, "Although there are dangers, there are also many benefits." "Benefits?" Yang Kai turned to her. His interest immediately piqued. "What kind of benefits? Explain clearly." Chang Yutong smiled and continued, "I can't say for certain, but whenever they needed to enter secluded retreat, all previous holy master would choose to do so here, and each time they came out after, their strength would improve greatly. On top of that, each time the old holy master entered, he would obtain some fair gains from inside. Indeed, the artifact used by the old holy master was brought out from the holy tomb. That was a saint-grade top-rank artifact. There aren't many such artifacts in the entire world. Every artifact used by the previous holy masters was similarly powerful, and all of them are buried inside the holy tomb. So to speak, this is a big opportunity for little brother. Perhaps you may be able to obtain a useful artifact from inside," Su Hui elaborated. "Saint-grade top-rank artifacts? Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had told me that from the beginning, I'd have already entered that holy tomb. There would have been no need for all these games." Yang Kai suddenly looked very excited. Everyone was dumbstruck. "Taking risks is one of the things I enjoy most." Yang Kai grinned, an unreadable expression appearing on his face. "The more dangerous the place, the more I feel like visiting it, especially places like your holy tomb where even surviving is not a certainty." Su Hui's face twitched upon hearing this, suddenly finding that he couldn't completely understand Yang Kai. Su Hui and the others soon brought Yang Kai to the base of one of the 9 peaks. Yang Kai looked around curiously for a moment, but the only thing of note he could see was a flat stone embedded in the mountainside with 2 magnificent words carved into its slightly mossy surface. Holy Tomb. This was obviously the entrance to the Holy Tomb. Yang Kai's brow rose. Although he couldn't see anything with his eyes, he noticed a faint energy fluctuation coming from the stone slab in front of him. Su Hui stepped forward and formed a few mysterious hand seals before patting his hand on the stone, causing ripples across its surface, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake. A moment later, a hole appeared in the center of the stone. Upon seeing this hole, Yang Kai couldn't help calling out in shock, "A void corridor!" Su Hui gently nodded. "Good. Beyond this lies the Holy Tomb, the final resting place of all previous holy masters. Naturally, The inside of the Holy Tomb is a mysterious small world. Every prospective Holy Master has to pass this test before officially succeeding the position. Little brother, you must be careful inside. If nothing else, you must bring out the Holy Master's spirit ring, which should be with the old Holy Master. It is the key to many important places in the Holy Land. And you must surely come back alive, Yuing said seriously. The Holy Land's future rests in your hands, Chung Yutong whispered solemnly. Everyone else also wore looks of anticipation and concern as they stared at Yang Kai. On the other hand, Yang Kai just glanced around at them and chuckled. I think you should instead pray I never come out. Why is that? Su Hui asked curiously. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light as he glared at them. If I come out, I'll make sure you pay for this. Everyone was startled by these words and only now realized just how angered Yang Kai was at being forced to enter the Holy Tomb. But before any of them could say anything, Yang Kai plunged into the void corridor and disappeared. This future Holy Master is clearly one to hold a grudge. It can't be he really plans to seek compensation from us after exiting. Right? Shi Kuan frowned. Su Hui's expression also fluctuated, letting out a deep sigh a moment later. It seems his disposition isn't very mature. Well, in any case, all of this was Great Elder's proposal, we just went along with it. If the future Holy Master really does intend to blame us, Great Elder will be here to shoulder the responsibility, Meng Tianfei said, clearly taking some pleasure in Su Hui's misfortune. All the other saints immediately cast contemptuous looks towards him. Once Yang Kai entered the Holy Tomb, the void corridor closed. All around him, fluorescent green wisps floated about, like tiny spirit. A cold breeze gently permeated the space, carrying with it indistinct cries and howls, causing one to shudder. The ambient light was not bright, leading to limited visibility, but the density of world energy was quite astonishing. So thick it had almost condensed into a white fog that filled this space. This mysterious small world had richer world energy than any place Yang Kai had ever seen with the exception of an earth vein. It was obvious why each 9 heavens Holy Land's Holy Master would choose to enter retreat here. With this kind of ambient world energy, one wouldn't even need to use any pills or crystal stones to cultivate. All they'd need to do is breathe. This was indeed a cultivation paradise, the only drawback being its gloomy atmosphere. As he observed his surroundings vigilantly, Yang Kai couldn't help going slightly pale. In his perception, several powerful energy auras had suddenly appeared and were rapidly moving towards him. These auras were extremely strange. They seemed to have always been here, but only when Yang Kai appeared did they become active. Before Yang Kai had time to react, these energy auras had already engulfed him. Yang Kai hurriedly condensed his true qi into a protective barrier, but soon he found that things weren't what he had expected. These strange energy auras that had gathered around him weren't causing him any harm. Wrinkling his brow, Yang Kai carefully examined these auras, and a moment later a look of shock appeared on his face. He found that there were a total of 9 distinct energy auras, each of them containing a profound and abstruse sentiment, similar to a remnant soul yet seemingly naturally produced. 3 of these energy auras also contained something which felt familiar to Yang Kai. Carefully probing one of these auras with his divine sense, Yang Kai immediately recognized traces of one of the 9 heavens' divine skills, the profound heavenly sword. Yang Kai's expression changed and a certain suspicion appeared in his heart. Quickly probing the other 2 energy auras, he felt a sense of familiarity towards. He soon recognized them as insights of the imprisoning heaven chain and great heavenly attraction. These 3 divine skills were exactly the 3 moves Yang Kai had learned from Enlinger, yet now they had appeared in this place. So, these 9 auras in front of me are the 9 heavens' divine skills. Yang Kai frowned slightly, almost certain of his guess. That old fart Su Hui had said that in order to enter the Holy Tomb, one must learn the 9 heavens' divine skills, because only if one comprehended the 9 heavens' divine skills could they enter safely. The 9 energy auras in front of him should be obstacles meant to test him. Without breaking through them, he couldn't penetrate further into the Holy Tomb. Yang Kai instantly understood the mystery of this Holy Tomb. After thinking about it, He sat down cross-legged in front of the energy aura that represented the profound heavenly sword. The 9 heavens divine skills were all quite unusual. They could be displayed as martial skill with true chi or as soul skills with spiritual energy, something Xianxia had never encountered before. If he wanted to break through this barrier, Xianxia's only choice was to comprehend and displays all of the 9 heavens divine skills. Xianxia's divine sense burst forth, and his invisible spiritual energy quickly transformed into a giant sword that cut towards the energy aura in front. Nothing happened, though. Xianxia's powerful divine sense attack had vanished into the energy aura, like a drop of water sinking into a vast sea. Xianxia's brow furrowed, using his profound heavenly sword a few more times to attack the energy aura, yet each time he failed to achieve any noticeable results. Xianxia suddenly felt that this test might not be as simple as he originally thought. After carefully recalling what Su Hui and the other saints had said and reviewing everything he had learned about 9 Heavens Holy Land, Xianxia suddenly thought up a possibility. Could it be that he was not skilled enough at displaying the 9 Heavens divine skills, causing him to fail to break through the blockade of this energy aura in front of him? Xianxia had learned his 9 Heavens divine skills from Enlinger, so his comprehension of them was only as good as hers. Enlinger was still young, so her understanding of the divine skills was still somewhat immature. As such, it was reasonable that Xianxia couldn't display the full profoundness of the divine skills. Xianxia had witnessed Saintess Nan using the profound heavenly sword. It was on a completely different level than his own. Obviously, Saintess Nan's comprehension of the divine skills had reached an extremely high level. Moreover, each prospective 9 Heavens Holy Land Holy Master had to enter the Holy Tomb before he could qualify to inherit the position. What was most important, though, was that those who came before Xianxia didn't necessarily have higher strength yet. They had passed through the Holy Tomb. So the conditions to clear this test had nothing to do with strength. It only depended on one's comprehension of the 9 Heavens divine skills. Considering all this, Xianxia didn't rush to show his poor 9 Heavens divine skills, but instead immersed his consciousness in the profound heavenly sword energy aura in front of him, carefully perceiving its mysteries. As time passed, Xianxia gained much, repeatedly comprehending the insights contained within the profound heavenly sword energy aura. His understanding of its mysteries constantly deepening, soon becoming so familiar with it. It was as if it had been branded into the depths of his soul. When Xianxia opened his eyes again, he discovered he could perceive the various traces within the energy aura in front of him, and all of its mysteries and hidden rules had become clear. Spiritual energy bursting forth once more, Xianxia again displayed the profound heavenly sword. This time, Xianxia used the purest form of this 9 Heavens divine skills, its profoundness several times greater than the one he learned from Enlinger. With a great cracking sound, the energy aura in front, which was bombarded by Xianxia's profound heavenly sword, shattered. A long winding road suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia, leading straight into the depths of the Holy Tomb. Xianxia smiled slightly and instantly understood the mysteries behind this Holy Tomb. For those who entered here that hadn't practiced the 9 Heavens divine skills, they would likely be torn to dust by these 9 energy auras. But those who had were different. As long as one could crack any of these energy auras, they could then find their way out. On top of that, the more of these energy auras one solved, the clearer their path and the safer they would be. What Su Hui said was right. The 9 Heavens divine skills were indeed the key to entering the Holy Tomb. Xianxia didn't immediately rush forward, but instead turned his attention to the other energy auras. In any case, he had been forced into the Holy Tomb by Su Hui and the others. If he didn't fish enough benefits from here before going out, wouldn't that be too much of a waste? Each of the 9 Heavens divine skills was incredibly powerful and profound. After seeing Saintess Nan display them multiple times, Xianxia had already had ideas about learning them. Now that such a good opportunity had appeared in front of him, how could he simply pass it up? Not to mention that by solving more of these energy auras, Xianxia would be safer in this place. Making up his mind, Xianxia immediately began to spy on the mysteries of the other 2 9 Heavens divine skills he was familiar with. For days later, he cracked the imprisoning heaven chain energy aura. Then 3 days after that, the great heavenly attraction energy aura was solved. After that point, Xianxia's pace slowed noticeably. The first 3 divine skills he had already learned a fair deal about from Linger, so his starting proficiency was quite high. The remaining 6, though, were divine skills he had never studied before. Naturally, this meant Xianxia had to start from scratch. It was fortunate that these energy auras contained all the mysteries of the divine skills within them, so all he had to do was study and comprehend. Cultivation knew no years. This saying was not false. As Xianxia immersed himself in the 9 heavens' divine skills inside the holy tomb, he quickly lost track of time. On the other hand, the elders and protectors outside the holy tomb quickly began to worry. For the first few days after Xianxia entered, all of them held great expectations, hoping he would suddenly emerge from the holy tomb, bring with him the Holy Master's spirit ring, and inherit the position of Holy Master. 10 days later, everyone became slightly anxious, although none of them said anything out loud. All of them began wondering if Xianxia had encountered some kind of difficulties inside. A month later, everyone's expression had become dignified. 2 months later, despair appeared on their faces and forlorn sighs could be heard frequently. 3 months, 4 months. As time passed, fewer and fewer elders and protectors remained here, all of them now believing it was impossible for Xianxia to appear before them again. Every Holy Master candidate who entered the Holy Tomb had to pass this test. This was well documented in 9 Heavens Holy Land's historical records. Su Hui and the other elders naturally knew that this process would take some time. The fastest time a candidate had cleared the Holy Tomb's test was 15 days, while the slowest one took 2 months. However, it had now been 4 months since Xianxia entered the Holy Tomb and there was no sign of him. This led Su Hui and the others to believe Xianxia was already dead. The various protectors and elders all sighed heavily as they departed one by one. They all held important positions and had many things to deal with. How could they continue to wait here in vain? Even Su Hui, who had initiated this matter, left after 4 months. Only Linger remained outside the Holy Tomb. 3 days after Xianxia entered the Holy Tomb, Linger learned of this incident. But even though she immediately rushed over and openly complained to Su Hui and the other elders, there was nothing that could be done. These past 4 months she had been waiting here, but no matter how eager she was, Xianxia never appeared. On a certain day, 2 beautiful women, Yuing and Cheng Yutong, came together and saw Linger still standing outside Holy Tomb, causing the 2 of them to sigh. "This little girl, she's still waiting here," Yuing said faintly. "We were too anxious. Not only have we ruined our Holy Land's one hope, we also destroyed a bright young man's future." Cheng Yutong's pretty face also flashed a trace of embarrassment and remorse. "What use is saying this now? When Great Elder made this proposal, we didn't raise any objections. All of us carry some responsibility." Yuing slowly shook her head. Fortunately, the one this little girl sent to deliver a message to Soaring Heaven Sect was intercepted by Great Elder. Otherwise, if Soaring Heaven Sect were to learn about this, they would certainly not let our Holy Land off. And such an outstanding young talent, no matter which sect he belonged to, would be vigorously cultivated, Cheng Yutong said with a hint of anxiety. Right now, 9 Heavens Holy Land was now suffering from many external troubles. If they suddenly made enemies of Soaring Heaven Sect as well, it was likely they would need to immediately activate the 9 Peaks Array and isolate themselves from the outside world. If that were to happen, even if they raised a new generation of saintesses, they would not be able to leave to seek out a new Holy Master. In the end, did we think too highly of him? Or did he just happen to have bad luck? Yuing sighed. Each of the past Holy Master candidates received some advice and guidance from the previous Holy Master before entering the Holy Tomb. But this time he had to dive in completely unprepared. It must have been too difficult for him. "Let's go take a look," Cheng Yutong said, stepping forward. A moment later, the 2 of them arrived in front of the Holy Tomb. Linger, who heard movement behind her, turned her head and saw them arrive, nodding her head slightly to greet them before turning around again. In the past, Linger and these 2 female elders were quite close, but the relationship between them had now grown a bit cold, obviously as a result of them forcing Xianxia to enter the Holy Tomb. Exchanging a somewhat depressed glance with one another, Yuing and Cheng Yutong didn't know how to comfort this young girl, and instead stood there staring at the entrance to the Holy Tomb awkwardly. After a long silence, Ying finally spoke up. Linger, don't wait any longer. It's unlikely he'll be able to come out. And Linger just shook her head in response. Listen to us. Go back and rest. You've been waiting here for 4 months already. Chang Yutong also advised. He will come out. And Linger said solemnly in a firm tone. Ying and Chang Yutong were stunned for a moment before the two of them wore forced smiles and asked, How do you know that? No holy master has ever taken so long to return from the holy tomb. And Linger just confidently said, Just because others couldn't, doesn't mean he can't. None of you have witnessed his skill, so it's only natural for you to think that way, but I know he will come out. The two beautiful women narrowed their eyes and tentatively asked, What kind of skill does he possess to make you evaluate him so highly? Although Yang Kai's aptitude was obviously uncommon and his strength wasn't bad. The two middle-aged beauties had never actually seen him take action so naturally they didn't know his true depths. And Linger, on the other hand, was different. The time she spent with Yang Kai was not short, so she was obviously clearer on his details. Ying and Chang Yutong suddenly became somewhat curious and wanted to find out more from Linger. I can't explain it too well, but he can always manage to pull off miracles one after another, surprising those around him to no end. On top of that, he said, Even if it doesn't enter my holy land, he will reach the same height as the old holy master within 30 years. The same height. Ying and Chang Yutong both wore stunned expressions. The peak third order Saint Realm? And Linger nodded sincerely. Ying smiled wryly. He is now a second order transcendent, wanting to become a third order saint within 30 years. I'm afraid that's impossible. And there aren't many third order saints in the entire world. Chang Yutong also smiled, the two women apparently thinking that Yang Kai was just shamelessly boasting. Both of them were well aware of how difficult it was to improve one's strength after reaching the transcendent realm. Their aptitudes were considered excellent, or else it would be impossible for them to have reached the saint realm. But even they had trouble progressing now. Even if Yang Kai's aptitude exceeded their own, impossible things were still impossible. In this world, which third-order saint was not at least 100 years old. Even if they looked young, each one of them had experienced the long passage of time, and only through constant accumulation had they reached their current height. Yang Kai seemed to only be in his 20s, saying he could reach such a level within 30 years. Wasn't that like saying he could stand at the top of this world at only 50 years old? Reaching the saint realm before one turned 100 was extremely rare. A 50-year-old third-order saint was simply impossible. Youthful ignorance. Both Ying and Chang Yutong pursed their lips, thinking Yang Kai was just a boy who didn't understand the immensity of heaven and earth. Why are you smiling like that? And Linger turned and stared at them angrily. Since he dared to say that, he can certainly achieve it. Just you wait, within 30 years, he will definitely become a third-order saint. He needs to come out from inside the holy tomb first. Ying frowned slightly, turning a worried look towards Linger, hesitating for a moment before asking, Linger, do you like him that much? Otherwise, how could you speak like that about him? And Linger's face immediately went bright red as she hung her head in embarrassment. I don't hate him. After a moment of silence, Linger whispered softly. But more than that, I feel guilty towards him. I was the one who involved him in all of this. If I hadn't taught him the 9 heavens divine skills, he wouldn't have encountered so much misfortune, and he wouldn't have been forced into the holy tomb by all of you. He should have had a better future. That was our decision. It has nothing to do with you? Ying sighed, assuming full responsibility here. Elders, can I ask something of you? And Linger suddenly raised her head and spoke with a deep seriousness. Speak. Ying and Chang Yutong nodded lightly. If he can return from the holy tomb, can you let him leave? He truly doesn't want to remain here? And Linger smiled bitterly. Perhaps for others, becoming holy master of the Holy Land is a dream come true. But for him, it is nothing but a shackle. Forcing him to stay here does not have any advantage to him. Do you really want to obtain a holy master who so wholeheartedly rejects the Holy Land? Ying and Chang Yutong's brows furrowed, exchanging awkward glances with one another, unable to simply agree to this request, causing them to feel somewhat embarrassed. And Linger continued, Don't both of you think he won't ever come out? That since he died, he won't reveal any of the Holy Land's secrets? Since that's the case, what difference is that with complying with this? This has to be discussed with Great Elder. Ewing smiled reluctantly. We can't take responsibility for such a decision. I can promise you. A loud voice suddenly came from afar. A streak of light rushing over and the figure of Great Elder Su Hui appearing in front of Holy Tomb. Great Elder. Ewing and Chang Yutong greeted hastily. Su Hui nodded lightly before turning to look at Enlinger. Your Highness Saintess, what you just said, I can promise you. Really? Enlinger smiled happily. Elder Yu and Elder Chang can testify to it, Su Hui said, nodding firmly. Of course, the premise is that he can come out, and he really does not want to become Holy Master. He should not be willing. That may not be the case. Su Hui smiled meaningfully. Perhaps when he comes out, there will be no need for us to ask, and he will take the initiative to inherit the position of Holy Master. No Holy Master candidate who has ever successfully left the Holy Tomb has not pledged their life to the Holy Land. Ewing and Chang Yutong eyes flashed slight as smiles appeared on their faces. Although none of them knew what mysteries were hidden inside the Holy Tomb, what Great Elder Su Hui said just now was true. Every Holy Master candidate who returned from the Holy Tomb wholeheartedly considered the Holy Land his home and worked tirelessly to support it, even if they had come from a completely different sect or family. Does Great Elder also think he can return? And Linger focused on this point, her eyes shining brilliantly. I hope so. Su Hui slowly shook his head. But I don't think there's much of a chance. Just wait. He'll definitely give all of you a surprise. And Linger gently clenched her fist. The three elders all looked at her curiously, not knowing why she was so confident that Yang Kai, who had entered the Holy Tomb for more than 4 months, could return safely. Inside the Holy Tomb, Yang Kai let out a low shout, and a burst of spiritual energy surged up from his knowledge sea before slamming into a mass of energy floating in front of him. Accompanied by the crisp cracking sound, the last of the 9 heavens divine skills energy auras shattered, and all of its profound insights flowed back into Yang Kai's mind, allowing him to thoroughly comprehend it. Profound heavenly sword, imprisoning heaven chain, great heavenly attraction, capturing heaven net, heaven covering hand, punishing heaven spear, grand heavenly shield, flickering heavenly shadow, scarlet heavenly arrow. All of the 9 heavens divine skills flashed across Yang Kai's mind, now seemingly incomparably familiar. These 9 divine skills were astounding, far superior to any martial skill or soul skill Yang Kai had previously encountered. After such a long period immersed in their study, Yang Kai had mastered the 9 heavens divine skills. Also, with the world energy aura in this place being extremely rich, by practicing here for several months, Yang Kai had not just become proficient in the 9 heavens divine skills, but he had also made great progress in his cultivation. Every time he broke through one of the 9 heavens divine skill energy auras, the road in front of Yang Kai became clearer and more spacious. After fully comprehending all 9 of them and shattering the last energy aura, the entire mysterious small world seemed to become brighter, allowing Yang Kai to see the full extent of the Holy Tomb. Releasing his divine sense to explore his surroundings, Yang Kai suddenly showed a surprised expression. The world energy was so rich that Yang Kai originally thought that this mysterious small world was extremely vast. But from what he could tell, it was actually only about as large as a mid-sized town. This was without a doubt the smallest mysterious small world Yang Kai had ever seen. Yang Kai couldn't fathom where the near inexhaustible supply of world energy was coming from in such a tiny space. It was almost as if there was some great source of world energy which was constantly yet undetectably being poured into this mysterious small world. Throughout the Holy Tomb, Yang Kai sensed all kinds of dangerous spirit arrays. These arrays all gave off potent energy fluctuations and radiated a dangerous aura. Once someone accidentally touched one, they would likely suffer a terrifying attack. Yang Kai could now see through all of this. That was how clear his surroundings had become. It was likely related to the 9 heavens divine skill energy auras he had shattered before. The more of them that were broken, the more traps were revealed. Yang Kai had shattered all 9 energy auras, so naturally he could see all the mysteries hidden inside the holy tomb. Not far away, there were several skeletons scattered about, their flesh already completely gone and their possessions all turned to dust. These skeletons should have been the Holy Master candidates who had entered the Holy Tomb in the past but had failed to pass the test and died here. From what Xianxia could tell, these skeletons' ages varied greatly and were spread out across the entire Holy Tomb, their number not small. In addition, there were a number of large coffins which placed in different locations around the Holy Tomb. These coffins were all different shapes and colors, but one thing they shared in common was the grim aura they emitted. Xianxia quietly condensed his true qi to guard against any accidents and walked towards the nearest coffin. Quickly arriving in front of this coffin, Xianxia found that it was no covered and inside there was a neatly dressed, handsome, middle-aged male corpse. Xianxia's brow wrinkled as his eyes were attracted to a bronze ring on the corpse's left hand. Standing beside the coffin for a long time, Xianxia eventually determined that there was no hidden dangers and reached out his hand to touch this ring. If his guess was right, this ring should be the Holy Master Spirit Ring that Su Hui had mentioned. All previous Holy Masters would enter the Holy Tomb with the Holy Master Spirit Ring when they felt their time of death was approaching, and the next Holy Master's first and most important task was to retrieve this ring from the Holy Tomb. This was because this ring was related to the operation of the entire Nine Heavens Holy Land. Without it, many important places were inaccessible. Also, from the condition of this corpse, it was obvious it had died just recently. It was absolutely the previous generation's Holy Master, a third-order Saint Realm Master, only living a short 300 years before dying of old age. Throughout the entire world, such a phenomenon could only be found in Nine Heavens Holy Land. Observing this man for a moment, Xianxia couldn't help frowning slightly, thinking that if he were to become the master of this place, 300 years later this would be his fate. Pitiful and lamentable prospect. After removing the ring from the fingers of the previous generation's Holy Master, Xianxia examined it carefully but soon shook his head. He couldn't recognize what this ring was made of and could only say that it was some kind of special artifact because inside the ring there's some vague energy fluctuations which even after thousands of years did not seem likely to dissipate. These energy fluctuations were odd and seemed to follow some inexplicable law Xianxia couldn't quite make sense of. As he was staring at it, Xianxia suddenly felt a powerful suction force emerge from the ring. It was as if a big invisible hand had appeared, broke through space, and dove straight into the depths of Xianxia's knowledge sea, causing his soul to shudder slightly. Great heavenly attraction! Xianxia paled, instantly recognizing the burst of energy from the spirit ring as one of the Nine Heavens' divine skills and quickly trying to resist. But before he could even blink, a dim light flashed and he felt something disappear from his knowledge sea. The next moment, Xianxia felt a subtle connection between himself and the Holy Master Spirit Ring. Xianxia's face became gloomy as he stood there, staring at the Holy Master Spirit Ring in his hand, wishing he could immediately destroy it. Great heavenly attraction could forcefully remove another's soul brand, allowing one to control it. Xianxia had initially caught Enlinger off guard and used this trick to obtain her soul brand. With it, Xianxia gained control over whether Enlinger lived or died and could even spy on the changes in her mood. However, at this moment, this Holy Master Spirit Ring had used the great heavenly attraction to obtain Xianxia's soul brand. Needless to say, this was something the previous generation's Holy Master had secretly arranged. A move made by a third-order saint was not something Xianxia could resist or dispel. This also meant that if Xianxia were to throw away this ring, he would also be throwing away his soul brand. Once it was obtained by an enemy, it would be equivalent to seizing control of Xianxia's life. Xianxia couldn't help cursing repeatedly. Originally he planned on taking this Holy Master Spirit Ring and use it as a bargaining chip to obtain his freedom from Su Hui. But now, this Holy Master Spirit Ring was his and absolutely couldn't be handed over to someone else. Xianxia's mood suddenly became awful. Before Xianxia could compose himself though, from the body of the previous generation Holy Master in the coffin, a huge wave of energy rushed out. At the same time, from all the coffins inside the Holy Tomb, similar waves of energy burst forth and rushed towards Xianxia. It was as if they were being drawn towards Xianxia somehow. In an instant, Yang Kai felt his knowledge sea's defenses torn apart, and these masses of energy pour into his head, causing his consciousness to become chaotic. Yang Kai went pale and didn't dare hesitate, quickly sitting down cross-legged and immersing his consciousness into his knowledge sea. In his soul avatar form, Yang Kai swiftly examined his knowledge sea and found that it was now turbulent and stormy. It seemed that his knowledge sea had automatically responded to this invasion by counterattacking. The sea of flames roared as waves crashed back and forth, battering these invaders which seemed to instinctively fear Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge sea and were fleeing in all directions. While they were rushing about, these invaders were releasing invisible spiritual energy fluctuations towards Yang Kai's soul avatar. Yang Kai immediately wore a suspicious expression, his eyes narrowing as he stared at the energy masses which had rushed into his knowledge sea. His mind gradually stabilizes. The roaring sea water and flames also calmed down. From what Yang Kai could see, these energy masses were actually the wills of the old Nine Heavens Holy Land Holy Masters. Strictly speaking, they were remnant souls. However, Yang Kai couldn't sense any conscious thought from these soul remnants. They seemed to only be autonomously completing some final task their previous owners had set at their time of death. These energy masses didn't have any hostile intent, and were simply releasing continuous bursts of spiritual energy towards Yang Kai's soul avatar, seemingly trying to convey something. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before taking the initiative to lower his soul's defenses and accepting whatever it was that these soul remnants were trying to instill into him. After a while, Yang Kai's expression became strange. Unlike what he expected, these soul remnants weren't trying to teach him some kind of secret art or martial skill, but rather were trying to apply some kind of brainwashing to him. In an instant, Yang Kai's views towards Nine Heavens Holy Land underwent some subtle changes, suddenly feeling like staying here wouldn't be so bad. By becoming Holy Master, he would not only gain great wealth and status, he would be able to command thousands of disciples and arrive at the peak of martial Tao in the shortest time. It was far better than trying hard on his own. Such thoughts caused Yang Kai's will to soften and a sense of laziness to take over. He also felt that the remnant souls of the past Holy Masters were warm and friendly, and that he wanted to hear more of their teachings. However, a sense of deep repulsion soon emerged from the depth of his soul. His heart clenching from those thoughts, and Yang Kai quickly cut off the connection of his soul avatar with them. He hastily expelled all these misleading thoughts, turning a cold eye to the soul remnants floating around him. So that's how it is. Yang Kai sneered, his eyes flashing a cold light. Yang Kai had always been curious about why the Holy Masters brought back by the Saintesses would be so willing to join the Holy Land, even if it meant their lives would be greatly shortened. It turns out they were indoctrinated by these soul remnants inside the Holy Tomb. If not for his soul being far stronger than normal, it was likely Yang Kai would have followed in these people's footsteps and been completely brainwashed within an hour or two. The spiritual energy bursts emanating from the soul remnants of these previous Holy Masters had a strong enticement to them. Under their influence, anyone would quickly feel a sense of connection and affection towards Nine Heavens Holy Land, regarding it as their own home and a place they needed to protect. Even the strongest of the previous Holy Master candidates who entered the Holy Tomb and passed its test were merely first-order transcendents, so their souls weren't very strong. But Yang Kai was different. His cultivation was far stronger and his spiritual energy was even stronger than that, giving him a certain ability to resist this kind of spiritual attack. Additionally, he had never wanted to become Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, allowing him to quickly come to his senses. Understanding all of this, Yang Kai suddenly became fearless. If it was some other kind of restriction or technique, he might be worried, but the biggest mistake the remnant souls of these previous Holy Masters was diving into his knowledge sea. In this place, only he was the master. Trying to communicate with the remnant souls, Yang Kai didn't receive any response. These previous Holy Masters had died long ago, and these remnant souls had simply been preserved in this place via some strange method, but none of their consciousness remained. They simply carried out this one task mechanically. The mental attacks of these soul remnants continued uninterrupted, using all kinds of appeasement and inducement, trying to shake Yang Kai's soul, causing him to gradually grow impatient. After failing to communicate with them, Yang Kai decided to put an end to this once and for all and open the demon eye of annihilation floating over his knowledge sea. The golden eye stared down at these soul remnants like a majestic king before shooting out a beam of golden light. With a great whoosh, all the remnant souls of these once powerful third-order saints were instantly purified. Inside the holy tomb, Yang Kai spent a few days meditating as he absorbed the essence of the 9 heavens holy lands' previous holy masters' remnant souls. His harvest was unimaginably huge, although Yang Kai's cultivation realm hadn't changed at all, because he assimilated the sentiments and insights of so many third-order Saint Realm masters. His understanding of his future path had become incomparably clear. As long as his physique and true chi could keep up, his cultivation would be able to advance without any worries. It could be said that before becoming a third-order saint, he would not encounter any bottlenecks when trying to break through. Such fortune was something all cultivators could only dream of. The reason why it was so difficult to break through to higher realms was that every time one reached a critical point, they would encounter bottlenecks. If they failed to spy on the mysteries of the next realm, they would forever be unable to break through. All cultivators encountered bottlenecks along their path, preventing them from advancing further. Even those favored sons of heaven with incredible aptitude who rapidly progressed and caused the world to marvel at their talent when they were young, would oftentimes later in life encounter insurmountable bottlenecks and find themselves unable to advance any further. If they encountered some kind of opportunity or if their luck was good enough to break through that bottleneck though, their strength would increase sharply. So, bottlenecks were something that every cultivator worried about, and no matter who it was, they would encounter at least some in their pursuit of the martial Tao. Yang Kai had also encountered several bottlenecks in the past, and only after overcoming several life and death situations had he managed to surmount them. But from now on, he wouldn't have to worry about this problem. Before becoming a third-order saint, his cultivation path would be smooth. Letting out a gentle breath, Yang Kai stood up and felt that his entire world had undergone some subtle changes. A sense of connection and understanding permeating his soul, giving him a wondrous and mysterious feeling. Suddenly, from the coffin in front of him, Yang Kai felt some faint energy fluctuations, and after inspecting this anomaly for a moment, a smile appeared on his face. Upon direction, a thread of his divine sense towards the source of the energy fluctuations, a stream of light burst forth from the coffin and flew straight towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai stuck out his hand and the stream of light landed on his palm. Examining it, it turned out to be a small silver leaf. The veins on this leaf were distinct and lifelike, as if it had just been plucked from a tree. But this seemingly simple and delicate leaf was actually radiating a shocking aura. Saint-grade top-rank artifact. Su Hui and the other elders had said that the artifact used by the previous Holy Master was of this grade, and that there weren't many like it throughout the entire world. This silver leaf artifact bore the sole mark of the previous generation Holy Master, but since Yang Kai had purified all the remnant souls of the previous Holy Masters with his demon eye of annihilation and absorbed their essence, naturally he could control their leftover soul marks. In other words, if there were any artifacts left in any of these coffins, Yang Kai could easily obtain them without worrying about any kind of backlash. Yang Kai had never seen an artifact like this one, but the variety of artifacts throughout the world were many and they came in all shapes and sizes. This silver leaf obviously possessed incredible power, but since he had not refined it, Yang Kai couldn't be clear about its use. So for now he simply stored it into his black book space. Avoiding the various arrays and barriers inside the holy tomb, Yang Kai eagerly walked towards the second coffin. He intended to sweep this place clean. Making his way around, Yang Kai reaped a great harvest once again. These coffins all belonged to previous holy masters who were top-level powerhouses, so naturally the artifacts they used were outstanding as well. Almost every coffin had at least one saint-grade artifact, most of them mid-rank with a small number only low-rank. Unfortunately, the only top-rank Yang Kai obtained was the silver leaf, showing just how rare such powerful artifacts were. Although these artifacts were all not bad, Yang Kai actually wasn't that interested in them. These swords, halberds, and spears weren't suitable for him to use as he had never studied any weapon techniques. He was more accustomed to using his own hands and feet when it came to fighting. The only item which drew Yang Kai's attention was a dark red armor artifact. This armor was light yet dazzling and had a beautiful design. It could absolutely withstand the attacks of a lower-level Saint Realm masters. This armor was designed for a woman. Yang Kai was certain of this as he had taken it off a female corpse. The coffin where he had found this armor was different from the others. There were two skeletons lying inside of it, one of them a previous holy master and the other one of the saintesses from that generation. The two of them were embracing one another, even in death, causing even Yang Kai to let out a faint sigh. This armor artifact would actually make a good gift, whether it was for Su Yan or Xianxia. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai decided to collect it as well. Soon, Yang Kai stopped in front of the last coffin, but what made him surprised was that there was no trace of any artifacts inside. And unlike all the others, this coffin was actually sealed shut and encased in multiple layers of barriers. These barriers had obviously been in place for many, many years and were thus showing some signs of degradation. Also, for some unknown reason, when Yang Kai stood in front of this coffin, he felt the blood stir and his heartbeat become stronger. It was as if something inside the coffin was calling out to his blood. After staring for a while with a frown upon his face, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Because of the barriers, he couldn't effectively investigate the inside of the coffin to figure out what was happening. However, only this coffin was sealed, making it obvious that this particular holy master didn't want others to open it and investigate the secrets hidden inside. If it weren't for his strange induction, Yang Kai also would have simply let things be as he didn't sense any artifacts inside. But now he couldn't bring himself to simply ignore it. Even though he tried, Yang Kai couldn't suppress his curiosity. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai's expression became firm, and he lifted his hand and punched towards the coffin, sending out a burst of true qi. The barrier set up by a third-order saint, in theory, would be impossible for Yang Kai to break. But this holy master had died countless years ago, so the barrier was now nowhere near its peak strength. It took Yang Kai less than half an hour to break through all the barriers. As the last rays of light faded, the final barrier sealing the coffin lost its effect. Yang Kai took a deep breath, reached out and unsealed it. After a putrid gas leaked out, the skeleton that appeared before Yang Kai's eyes causing him a great deal of shock. This skeleton was severely damaged, with broken bones and fractures all over. From what Yang Kai could tell, over 80% of this skeleton's bones had some kind of injury on them. Yang Kai was astonished. Every holy master lying here was a peak third-order saint, and this one was no exception. When one reached such a realm, their flesh and bones would become incredibly tough and very few attacks could damage them. However, the scene in front of Yang Kai showed that this holy master had fought with a powerful enemy before he died, and regardless of whether he won or lost, had actually taken a severe beating. The reason why this master had died was definitely related to these injuries. What kind of person could kill a peak third-order saint? Somewhat absent-minded, Yang Kai's gaze drifted over the broken skeleton and eventually landed on a jet-black bottle. Before he died, this holy master had folded his hands and tightly held this black bottle to his chest. This bottle also had several restrictions on it and was clearly trying to seal something inside. A terrifying energy pulsed from this bottle, immediately making Yang Kai feel like his whole body was throbbing. A crisp sound rang out suddenly. It seemed like when Yang Kai broke the barrier around the coffin, he had caused the contents of the bottle to become unstable, and at this moment it was violently rampaging, trying to break free of its prison. The black bottle couldn't bear such strain, and within moments countless cracks appeared on its surface, while the light from the seals also began to fade. Yang Kai stood by and watched, not making any attempt to interfere. He faintly felt that whatever was inside the bottle had something to do with him. Together with the scene in front of him, he even had some guesses as to what was happening. With a crack, the black bottle shattered and a brilliant golden light burst forth, brightly illuminating the entire holy tomb. The various barriers and spirit arrays all over the holy tomb were smashed by this golden light and ceased to function. A terrifying demonic chi, centered on the golden light, erupted into the surroundings, sending all the scattered coffins hurtling through the air before causing them to explode, turning all the skeletons of the previous holy masters into dust. Yang Kai stared intently at the golden light, his expression fluctuating as he muttered under his breath, "Demon god golden blood?" From the golden light Xianxia could smell a strong bloody scent. There was no doubt this was a drop of blood. Moreover, this drop of blood was like the purest molten gold. It exuded a rich demonic aura that made even Xianxia fearful. To actually be grasped by a deceased holy master of 9 heavens' holy land, besides being a drop of demon god golden blood, Xianxia couldn't think of any other possibilities. Why was there a drop of demon god golden blood here thought? What kind of relationship was there between his holy master and the legendary great demon god? Before Xianxia could organize his thoughts though, the drop of demon god golden blood floating in front of him, as if having discovered its target, suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a golden afterimage, and it rushed directly towards Xianxia's brow, entering his forehead and disappearing before he could react. In the next moment, Xianxia's expression twisted. The golden blood in his veins seemed to have been hyperstimulated and was on the rampaging wildly. This quickly spread to his meridians and physique, causing multiple explosions all over his body. Within a few breaths, Xianxia was covered in wounds and his whole body felt as if it was on fire, causing him unbearable pain. A dazzling golden light shrouded Xianxia. Unable to bear the pain, Xianxia lifted his head and roared as this mysterious small world was filled with a thick bloody aura, transforming it into a strange red and golden space. Xianxia's unyielding golden skeleton squirmed and creaked as the demonic chi stored inside it burst forth and transformed into demon crests covering his skin, disappearing into his physique in the next instant. The red and gold mysterious small world was suddenly submerged in a thick darkness without a single trace of light. Inside this darkness, Xianxia grit his teeth and trembled. His skin filled with cracks as red blood oozed out onto the ground. However, in front of his eyes, a series of illusory scenes began unfolding, depicting an earth-shattering battle. Xianxia didn't open his eyes nor did he use his senses to try to perceive anything. Yet the scenes of this battle still vividly appeared in his consciousness. Soon, Xianxia found himself drawn in by this battle, even forgetting the extreme pain he was experiencing. All his attention focused on it. The battle was between two extremely powerful masters, every move they made containing unimaginable power. It was as if these two really had the power to destroy the world. One of them was a man who gave off a shocking demonic chi, while the other was a temperate middle-aged man. The appearance of the former was familiar to Xianxia, and after thinking about it for a moment, his eyes lit up and immediately understood who this master surrounded by demonic chi was. The great demon god. This was the great demon god. Xianxia had seen the statue of the great demon god back in the mysterious small world where the ancient demon clan lived. It was very similar to the person in front of him, practically identical. The great demon god was a legendary existence. During his time, no one was his opponent, the recognized first master under heaven. Under his command, the demon race reigned supreme, and even the human race with its superior population had to bow and give way. Since then, no leader of the demon race dared to use the title demon god, all of them instead calling themselves demon commander. Such was the extent of their worship and respect towards the great demon god. It was said that there was once a demon commander who in his arrogance named himself demon god, and as a result, within a few days, was besieged and killed by his own subordinates. From this it was obvious just how much influence and prestige the great demon god still had in the demon race even after his fall. However, the scene in front of Xianxia was probably from before the great demon god matured and reached that peak. Even so, the masters who could fight one-on-one with him were still extremely rare. This middle-aged man was one such person. He was that era's holy master of 9 heavens' holy land, the one whose body Xianxia had discovered broken and shattered within the sealed coffin. Xianxia couldn't help feeling somewhat agitated. He didn't know why he could see this battle which had occurred countless years ago, but he faintly felt it was related to the drop of demon god blood. Perhaps the demon god's golden blood carried with it some memories of the great demon god. The great demon god and the holy master of the time were both third-order saints. It was truly a showdown between peak-level masters. What led to this battle, Xianxia didn't know. By the time he began observing, the two masters were already engaged in an intense struggle, both of them holding nothing back. From the ground to the sky to the starry sky, and then back to the ground from starry sky, the scene changed rapidly as the two fought. Their strength seemed even, neither one of them gaining any advantage over the other. The more Xianxia watched, the more enthralled he became, unable to think of anything else. Being able to witness such a high-level battle had great benefits to his growth. The juniors of great forces would often be taken by their seniors to observe the battles of high-level cultivators so they could witness what true combat looked like, hopefully allowing them to gain some form of inspiration or insight in the process. Could be said that the scene in front of Xianxia was a rare opportunity. The methods these two men used in their battle caused Xianxia to sink into contemplation while fixedly observing them. After an unknown amount of time passed, the stalemate between the two men was gradually broken. Whether the Holy Master made some slight mistake or he couldn't see a path to victory and his momentum faded, he suddenly found himself at a disadvantage. The great demon god, on the other hand, was like a raging beast, taking this opportunity to ruthlessly suppress his opponent. As Xianxia watched this battle with great relish, the picture in front of him suddenly changed again. Probably because so much time had passed, the memories stored in the demon god's golden blood weren't very coherent. When the vision stabilized again, Xianxia saw that the battle had already been decided. That generation's holy master coughed up a large amount of blood and his face went pale, his figure quickly transforming into a streak of light as he fled from the great demon god. Before leaving, though, he took with him a drop of the blood from the great demon god. The great demon god just stood in place, staring coldly and arrogantly towards the retreating figure, not showing any intention to pursue. A moment later, his figure also fading away. The scene in his mind was then cut off. Xianxia let out a long breath and slowly calmed his racing heart. He had never expected he would one day witness the great demon god in such a way. Since coming to Tongshan realm, he had heard many legends about this man from many different people and knew that he was somehow inextricably linked with himself. The unyielding golden skeleton was from the great demon god's body, and the demon eye of annihilation was once his eyes. Even the wordless black book had been created by him. Unfortunately, so many years had passed since the great demon god's time, so Xianxia never had a chance to witness his true strength. However, now he had. The inheritance left behind by the great demon god had been of great help to Xianxia's growth. But Xianxia felt that he would not be bound by the great demon god's path. On the contrary, Xianxia was convinced that he could one day exceed the great demon god and arrive at a height far surpassing his past achievements. Only by doing so could he live up to inheritance he received and also prove that all he had obtained was not simply given to him by the great demon god. After watching this great battle, Xianxia finally understood what had happened to the Holy Master inside this last coffin. The wounds this Holy Master's bones suffered should have been caused by the great demon god. After that battle, the former had returned to the Holy Land and soon after passed away. The reason he had left behind a drop of demon god golden blood was likely because he couldn't accept this outcome. This series of coincidences led to Xianxia accidentally obtaining this drop of demon god golden blood and being able to observe such a fierce battle. Inside the holy tomb, Xianxia slowly opened his eyes. The darkness that had permeated this space had faded and the original gloomy atmosphere had been restored. Examining himself, Xianxia was slightly surprised. Although he had suffered numerous injuries all over his body, with his powerful restorative abilities, such wounds were irrelevant. What he cared about, though, was that because he had absorbed a drop of demon god golden blood, the blood flowing through his veins had undergone significant changes. The amount of golden blood Xianxia possessed increased noticeably, and the demonic qi which filled his unyielding golden skeleton had become even more potent. Additionally, he had even comprehended one of the great demon god's divine abilities, soul fission. By using one's own soul brand as a base and filling it with a massive amount of spiritual energy, one could nourish it using special methods to grow a second soul. This second soul could then be split from one's body and move independently, essentially a soul clone. The strongest of soul clones could display over 80% of all of its original's abilities. Xianxia's eyes lit up, remembering the soul clone of Demon General Menggu, who he met in his previous world. Inside the evil cavern, Xianxia, without knowing anything, had used the devil sealing chain to kill Meng Ge's soul clone, and was subsequently threatened by the demon general. It wasn't until coming to Tongxian realm that Yang Kai understood just what kind of powerhouse Meng Gu was. At that time, Meng Gu should have been using this soul fission divine ability and somehow sent his soul clone to the evil cavern. However, compared to the great demon god's soul fission divine ability Yang Kai had just obtained, there was a big gap in performance. Simply put, Meng Ji's soul clone was far too weak. Yang Kai guessed that Meng Gu had discovered some ancient books left behind by the great demon god and used them to replicate this divine ability. But it had turned out far inferior to the original. Cultivating soul fission had many advantages. Once one soul clone was formed, one would have two souls inside their knowledge sea. Having two souls cultivating at once meant the growth of one's spiritual energy would be twice as fast. Of course, the price one had to pay in order to cultivate a second soul was massive. Cultivating soul fission required a huge amount of spiritual energy. However, for Yang Kai this was not a problem. With the six-colored soul-warming lotus constantly nourishing his soul, his spiritual energy could be recovered far more rapidly than others. Sweeping his eyes around his surroundings, Yang Kai discovered that the holy tomb was now a complete mess. It seemed like, because of his entry this time, this mysterious small world had been all but destroyed. From now on, any holy master candidate who came here would likely not be able to gain any benefits, nor would they receive any brainwashing from their predecessors. Even Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit awkward. Although he had been forced to enter this place by Su Hui and the others, the holy tomb was also one of the pillars of Nine Heavens Holy Land's foundation. If the elders and protectors of Nine Heavens Holy Land were to learn that he had ruined this place, they definitely wouldn't let him off easily. At the very least, they would force him to accept the position of Holy Master to take responsibility. On top of that, the Holy Master Spirit Ring had absorbed Yang Kai's soul brand. Yang Kai suddenly felt things have become complicated, and unless he was willing to go to war with Nine Heavens Holy Land, the situation had become set. Letting out an exasperated sigh, Yang Kai didn't rush to leave the holy tomb, and instead began cultivating the great demon god's soul fission. Inside his knowledge sea, Yang Kai condensed a soul brand and then using some special methods began injecting his spiritual energy into this brand, building and nourishing his soul clone. The spiritual energy required for this process was immense, and even with the help of the six-colored soul-warming lotus Yang Kai couldn't keep up with the consumption. Fortunately, there were many pills inside the black book space, including those for restoring spiritual energy. Yang Kai also had a large amount of myriad drug liquid left, so he wasn't worried about his spiritual energy running dry. Days flew by. Yang Kai had no intention of quickly leaving the holy tomb, hoping that with the passage of time, he could fade from the memories of Su Hui and the other Nine Heavens elders. And so he continued to cultivate. Only when he had reached the minor accomplishment stage of the soul fission divine ability did Yang Kai decided to stop. From now on he didn't need to actively cultivate this divine ability as his second soul would now continue to strengthen itself all on its own. Unfortunately, until it reached full maturity it would not have its own consciousness and could not provide him with any assistance. Once it reached maturity, Yang Kai would also need to find a suitable container to implant it into in order to create a true soul clone. Right now, his soul clone lacked the ability to think for itself and could only be manipulated directly by Yang Kai. But sending it into places that were inconvenient or dangerous for him to go might prove useful at some point. Slowly standing up, Yang Kai looked around for the holy tomb's exit. Moments later, Yang Kai sensed a faint energy fluctuation and moved towards it, soon arriving in front of a stone wall. After pouring his true chi into this wall, a void corridor appeared in front of him and he stopped through, returning to the outside world once more. Yang Kai arrived in front of the same blue stone entrance to Nine Heavens Holy Land's holy tomb he had entered from. As soon as he appeared, Yang Kai immediately concealed his aura and quietly probed his surroundings. He wasn't sure how long he had stayed inside the holy tomb, but he knew it wasn't a short amount of time. Since there wasn't anyone around anymore, obviously Su Hui and the others had left long ago. This was the perfect time for him to sneak away. As long as he left Nine Heavens Holy Land, he would be like a bird returning to the sky, a fish swimming through the sea. It would be incredibly hard for Su Hui and the others to bring him back once more. However, after carefully examining the situation around him, Yang Kai's expression became somewhat strange. The entire Nine Heavens Holy Land was in a state of confusion. It seemed like a big battle had just occurred as traces of destruction could be found all around. There were many houses and buildings among the 9 peaks that had broken walls or collapsed roofs. Yang Kai also smelled a faint scent of blood in the air, and cries of pain rang in his ears. Suddenly, Yang Kai sensed a familiar life aura. This person seemed to have noticed his presence, causing their aura to fluctuate wildly. Yang Kai turned his head just in time to see Enlinger. This saintess, a symbol of purity and nobility, currently had a blue cloth wrapped around her head, and her white dress was covered in dust and blood. Clearly, she had just been involved in a fight. When she saw Yang Kai, a look of joy and disbelief filled Enlinger's beautiful face as she stood there dumbfounded. Before she could open her mouth to speak, though, Enlinger saw Yang Kai's figure flicker and in the next moment appear in front of her. Her mouth was covered and her movements sealed, causing her to be unable to resist as Yang Kai quickly brought her to a relatively secluded pavilion, a short distance away. "I'm letting you go now, don't shout," Yang Kai whispered. A hint of panic flashed across Enlinger's pretty eyes before she quickly nodded. Yang Kai released her and then quickly backed away, lest she misunderstand his actions as an attempt to silence her. "You came out." Enlinger glanced around nervously before whispering. Yang Kai gently nodded. "Just now. You really came out." Enlinger breathed out a sigh of relief, a light smile appearing on her face. She had been worried about Yang Kai this entire time, so seeing him now, safe and sound, it was like a large stone had been lifted off her heart, causing her to relax. Yang Kai being forced into the holy tomb was something Enlinger always felt she carried a large responsibility for. During this time, she had always been blaming herself to the point where it had affected her health. Now, though, she could finally feel at ease. "It's good that you've come out." Enlinger gently patted her chest. "Since you've come out, you should quickly leave before Great Elder or any of the others find you." Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he stared towards Enlinger and asked, "Are you willing to let me just leave?" Enlinger revealed a forced smile. "I know you don't want to be here. Trying to force you to stay would only make you hate me. Since that's the case, I might as well just let you go." Yang Kai's expression softened and a hint of gratitude appeared on his face. "What are you staring at me like that for? If you're discovered, you won't be able to get away." Enlinger frowned. "I was just thinking you look much more attractive now." Yang Kai flattered shamelessly. Enlinger's face blushed bright red as she angrily spat. "Don't try to sweet-talk me now. I've known you're not a good thing since long ago. Don't think you can win my favor after all this time." Yang Kai laughed dumbly before putting on a serious face and cupping his fist said, "This is goodbye then. I hope there's a chance for us to meet in the future. Go quickly. Head south. Great Elder and the others are currently north of this place." Enlinger urged. Yang Kai nodded lightly, quickly found his bearings, and then quietly flew off towards the south. Shortly after Yang Kai's departure, a figure emerged from the shadows and walked towards Enlinger. "Ah, Elder Yuing." Enlinger was startled and called out unconsciously. Yuing stared in the direction Yang Kai disappeared for a while before letting out a sigh and faintly asking, "Are you really willing to just let him go like that?" "You saw." Enlinger's expression became somewhat awkward. She didn't know when Yuing had arrived behind her, but from the latter's tone of voice it obvious she had seen and heard everything just now. "I only saw him hurriedly leave, without any hesitation." "There's nothing here that would cause him to hesitate," Enlinger said with a forced smile. "What about you? You exhausted yourself worrying about him, spent so much time together with him, shared so many hardships together with him, even admired and respected him. Aren't the two of you at least more than friends?" Yuing looked faintly towards Enlinger. Enlinger shook her head gently. "While he is certainly somewhat hateful, I don't think I'm worthy to be joined together with him. Moreover, I truly don't think of him in that way. Just being friends with him is probably for the best." And, undeniably, following beside him, I felt a deep sense of security, making me mistakenly feel like I was the younger one, and I would always be protected by him. But with the current position the Holy Land is in, I don't think it's right to implicate him. "Elder Yuing," Can you not mention this to Great Elder? We might as well just say he died here. Yu Ying's brow furrowed deeply, seemingly weighing the decision. And Linger quickly hugged Yu Ying's arm, acting the part of a spoiled child. Faced with this combination of soft and hard-sell tactics, Yu Ying could only smile bitterly and rub her forehead. All right, nothing happened here and I didn't see anything. I won't say a word about this to anyone. Linger, you've exhausted yourself these past few days. You should quickly go back and have a rest. We elders will take care of the problems outside. You don't need to worry about them. All the Holy Land's hopes now can only be pinned on you. You must diligently cultivate the Saintess' secret arts for now. If the Holy Land can survive this crisis, it will be up to you to train a new generation of Saintesses. Seeing Yu Ying agree to her request, and Linger immediately became joyful. However, when the two of them remembered the Holy Land's precarious situation, their eyes noticeably dimmed. Whether the Holy Land could survive the current catastrophe or what the future held, neither of them could say. Perhaps, within a short time, everyone here would die. If not for this cruel reality, it would have been impossible for Yu Ying to so easily agree to Linger's request. Elder Yu Ying is apparently quite amenable. A light voice suddenly reverberated throughout the pavilion, making it impossible to determine exactly where the person speaking actually was. Yu Ying's beautiful face paled as she quickly condensed her true qi, shouting aggressively, "Who goes there?" As soon as these words left Yu Ying's lips, a figure emerged a few steps away from her, a somewhat teasing smile upon his face. Flickering heavenly shadow? And Linger cried out, immediately recognizing this nine heavens divine skill. This was a very profound movement skill that was equally useful for concealing one's presence or escaping from an enemy. Recovering from her shock, and Linger stared at Yang Kai, who had suddenly returned and couldn't help asking, "Why didn't you leave?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders before seemingly unintentionally shooting a glance towards Yu Ying. When he had left just now, he noticed that this woman was hiding behind Linger, so in order to ensure news of his reappearance was not leaked, he had concealed himself in order to monitor these two. By doing so, though, he had overheard the conversation between the two women and suddenly felt that simply disappearing on his own would leave a sour taste in his mouth. "How did you deceive my divine sense? I clearly noticed that you had already traveled far away. Just when did you come back?" Yu Ying stared at Yang Kai. A look of incredible disbelief spread across her face. She was a genuine first-order saint, but Yang Kai was still able to silently approach this close to her without her noticing. That meant that if Yang Kai had harbored any hostile intent towards her, it was quite possible she would be a corpse right now. Immediately realizing this, Yu Ying's tender body shivered as a cold sweat dripped down her back, suddenly discovering that this future holy master was somewhat beyond her ability to understand or control. "No need to be so nervous, it's not like I'm going to eat you." Yang Kai grinned, intentionally not answering Yu Ying's question, his expression then quickly becoming serious as he asked, "On the other hand, I'm somewhat curious about what you two were just discussing. What exactly happened to your nine heavens holy land while I was gone?" And Linger opened her mouth to explain, but before she could get a single word out, Yu Ying quickly cut her off. "Does that have anything to do with you? Since you're unwilling to inherit the position of Holy Master, is there any point in asking about that?" Yang Kai knit his brow and felt somewhat confused. The last time he had seen her, this beautiful woman had spoken and acted very respectfully towards him. Yet this time it was as if she had encountered an enemy and was harshly rejecting him. Yang Kai had no intention of haggling over the issue with her, though, so he just shrugged his shoulders and nodded. "If you don't want to say, that's fine too. I don't have a habit of prying into other people's business. Farewell." Saying so, he really turned around to leave. "Wait!" Yu Ying suddenly called out again. "What now?" Yang Kai shot an impatient look towards her. Yu Ying's expression became a complicated mix of embarrassment and reluctance, only speaking again after a long silence. "Don't rush off. I'll explain everything to you. Sorry, I don't want to know anymore. The more I know, the more trouble it will be." "You!" Yu Ying gawked at him, her face turning from green to red to blue as she grumbled, "How can you like this?" This boy was acting completely like a delinquent. without the slightest majesty or nobility a holy master should have. Didn't he enter the holy tomb? How come his attitude was still so defiant? In the past, everyone who had passed the Holy Tomb's test and re-emerged had treated the Holy Land as their home. Ying simply couldn't understand. Seeing this beautiful woman at a loss, Yukai's mood suddenly became excellent. Sitting down on a nearby stool in the corner pavilion before turning to Enlinger, "You tell me." Enlinger snuck a glimpse towards Elder Ying only to see her glaring towards Yongkai viciously, as if she couldn't wait to peel his skin, eat his flesh, and drink his blood. Understanding what Elder Ying was feeling all too well, as she had experienced similar incidents many times in the past when it came to Yongkai, Enlinger did her best to stifle her laughter for a while before pursing her lips and saying, "Why do you want to know about this? Once you know, it will only bring you trouble. From what you two discussing just now, the situation is quite serious. Of course I'd want to know. Besides, you just said we're friends." "I don't have many friends," Yongkai suddenly said solemnly. Enlinger's expression changed greatly upon hearing these words, a meaningful smile soon appearing on her face as she said, "That Go Che will definitely regret not treating you sincerely in the future. And he will." Yongkai grinned, his face filled with confidence.